That should be all right, right? Take this down a little bit. Doesn't need to be too high up there. All right, how's everyone doing tonight? Hope things are well. We have CitizenCon coming up. Not actually playing Star Citizen today, but we're discussing it all. Probably should change my tags at some point for things like this, but I really can't be bothered. Whatever. We're gonna take a little bit of time and work this out. There's been a lot of folks doing their various predictions for Star Citizen coming up. I figured, why not jump in with my 2 cents. I find, I mean, a lot of the folks have been definitely keeping closer track of this program than I have. Not sure that 9 minutes is true anymore. Did it? Yeah. 16 hours, 54 minutes. That sounds a little closer. Guess it's just not updating. Anyway, I gotta stick this on repeat and shuffle because that'll be funny. But I'll almost pretend to be not incredibly repetitive by the time we sit here for a couple hours looking at this. Yeah, a lot of the folks, of course, the regular content creators of the large channels and whatnot, they definitely have a lot of stuff wired in, and definitely reasons for making the predictions that they're making. Although some of the stuff either seems to me a little less say creative, or at least lacking in imagination. There's so many folks, not just creators, but in general, who just seem to want a 2-hour rerun of last year's CitizenCon. And I doubt CIG necessarily wants to go that direction. It seems would seem a little redundant that way. Now, that's notwithstanding the fact that basically, as soon as they released all the wonderful things for the Road to 1.0, and they basically, and talked about things like base building and whatnot going into production next year, or this year. As usual, they hit February, or January, February, where they replan everything, and everything got the entire schedule got janked around. So, I mean, I actually started, I guess, the letter from the chairman might have come out in December. And, where's the chat? Okay. Yeah, they showed off some prototyping of a bunch of stuff, and some folks seem obsessed with like just rehashing old ground. Now, granted, we haven't had a lot of content or word from folks, so maybe an update of what they have managed to get done. It's not like a lot of this effort disappears. You know, it's a company of around 1,000 employees, and so even if you take the, you know, there's probably 10 to 20% that don't even do anything to do with the development, you know, admin staff and whatnot. If you wanted to generously say, you know, 80% developers, then say 3/4 of those are probably busy on Squadron, if not 80%. Leaving not necessarily a whole lot of folks, relatively speaking, in terms of the center of effort towards the persistent universe and star system. So, and while a bunch of them are, say, doing ships or whatever, and a lot of the stuff that we have seen, you know, the mission and content teams that have been releasing a bunch of stuff this year, there's also a bunch of stuff that we will not have seen at all. But work is still going on because you can't run stuff like that in so you can't run stuff like a vacuum. Different folks are going to be specializing in different things. You can't take a ship artist and have them program, you know, core technology for the game engine, right? It's different specializations. So, I think that's where a lot of this, I don't know. The player base almost seems a little either too spoiled, or it's like a little petulant children sometimes just wanting everything right meow. It's like we could have given the entire funding of $1 billion that they've probably raised by now, or will probably by the end of this year, and drop it on Chris's head in January of 2013. It would not actually make anything happen faster necessarily, because the, you know, money to product requiring humans to make it, it's not going to happen overnight. You don't, it's not like the instantaneous crafting that we have for a multi-tool in the game or something. Put in $1 billion and all of a sudden a game falls out. It's like, yeah, it takes a while. And some folks like to complain about the fact that, it's taken well over a decade to get results. It's like, well, if AAA games are running 6 to 8 years in development on average, you consider that Star Citizen and Squadron 42 is more like 2 games that have been both built from the ground up at least twice, plus an entire engine modified or modded on top of it. And I think that was rebuilt at least once or twice. It's not hard to see where the time has gone. So, anyway. So my thoughts today are just gonna be to dig through the last few CitizenCons to sort of see what is it that they're actually looking at, or what have they already covered? What have we already got that they're obviously not going to bother talking about again? And so what does that leave on the table? and what was the scope of what they're thinking about talking about. So that's kind of the thoughts. And of course, we'll see about watching it live tomorrow when it actually comes out, which is in 16 hours and 45 minutes, which I think is noon Pacific. Noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Like they say, 1900 UTC, Saturday, October 11th. You can always use a time and date app to figure that out. I'll probably try and get the stream running about an hour ahead of time to, discuss whatever we find for tonight. All right. So I guess first things first, what is the scope of what they were talking about for this year? Okay. Let's go. First thing is that they were talking about plan for next 12 months. So basically, and 2026, which means that we can ignore 2027 and beyond. And they also said they weren't going to talk about Squadron 42, although it wouldn't be the first time they've said, yeah, we're not going to talk about something, and then they might drop something at the end, but we're not going to count on that. Is there a way to turn this to like a dark mode or something? Guess not. All right. Now, yeah, I'm going to figure in 2026. What else do we know? We know Squadron 42 was supposed to be 2026. Figure there's no use in using all of it, so probably December, or if we want to be optimistic, November, around the anniversary, or IAE would be kind of a funny place to drop that. Now they're talking about them not wanting to do spoilers for Squadron 42, although they've gone back on that, but giving us, for example, the Idris early, since it was there. They probably won't do so with the Javelin, but so yeah, they don't want to talk about Squadron 42, but that also colors some of the recent discussions around the possibility of Nyx. Because it has Vandal raids. But do they want to spoil that? If they give us Nyx too early. And I think they might be doing something really kind of clever with this. Watching what the Lauren mission teams are doing. I probably should have like set this up for some sort of thing that would actually make sense, or be able to lay this out in some sort of timeline. Should we call this timeline? All right. So Squadron 42, we figure that that's what is that? IE/Xmas. Probably Xmas. Depending on, I guess, so the reason I think IAE would actually be a good time to drop it is that would give them a good 4 weeks to blitz the bugs on it until before they go on holidays. So if they drop that to the public and they don't have time for a good cycle of bug fixing, they're probably gonna get in trouble, or at least the reputation's not gonna be what they'll want it to be. Let's see, we're already in Q4, so what should we look at first? Uh, 4.1. That's roughly where it is. We might get more. All right. All right, Starware. FPS, Yarmandi, these are probably coming, if not in the... I mean, they're already in the PTU. It's just whether or not they can get them committed for the release, which we'll probably see in the next week or so. Armor and hairstyles, probably. This was all in the roundup that was released yesterday. A bunch of these other things have already been put in. Structural salvage update is currently in. Mission pickup on locations being in there. The Yarmandi cave, all there. Frontier Fighters finale. They seem to want to use that to chew up. It's supposed to be a 3-week event, so if they release this next week...
Sienna said, "Hey ya. Can't hear you. I'm at a show, the Dead South Canadian band, but just wanted to say hi."
All right, Sienna. Hi, how's it going? I was panicked when you said you couldn't hear me. But now I can see why. Fine. Enjoy the show. I guess I better...
Having Jack and Coke life is good.
Purple said, "Enjoy the show at Sienna Robinson 117.
All right. I don't think there's anything in here.
Sienna said, "At Purple Target, thank you, sir."
That we don't already... They're basically not hinting at anything else for this between here and the end of the year. Now, are they going to go to 4.4 next, or are they going to carry up on smaller patches for the rest of the year? Makes a little more sense. Unless they got something good or relatively big to cycle over, it doesn't really make sense. They have been getting a large point patch per quarter, even though they've been doing multiple small patches like once a month. So basically, and do we really want them doing anything big by the end of the year? Who knows? So all right, 1.0 features, Starware. StarSim, that used to be the old quantum system. Instancing. Now that they need that's a blocker, I think, or a gate needed for 18 depths and other dungeons. Audio mode, not sure what that's about. DSMs, dynamic server meshing. I think that is also needed before they'll be able to go to instancing. So let's drag that down there, as it's also, I think, a blocker. I know, can't actually see what I'm doing right, because studio. No. All right. Global illumination. Stark Tech. That's supposed to do the ground scatter or ground location scatter. SV5 is their Planet Tech, dynamic weather. Now they're putting some of that in already, so I'm guessing it's not. Well, it's under the Genesis. I don't think it's under the Tech V5 necessarily. All right. QT, we're going to keep that out. Guilds. The insurance tax warranty system seems to be something I think it's going to have to be post crafting. Not sure what player professions. Death of a Spaceman, AI Blades. As far and aware, that seems like something that needs to be it's probably blocked by engineering. And possibly also by crafting. We know the fire's coming. All right, scanning. Is on there as well. Let's see. All right. We also have flight model, which will have to preclude IFCS and control surfaces. Know that they're working on a lot of that right now because there's all the hullabaloo about the special testing group that they had to burn almost immediately. Hangar upgrades. I am going to put this over here. That's one of the things I think is going to be relevant. Weapon overheat. We already kind of have that. Player space stations, crafting base buildings. So, Base building. Player stations. Mission, location repair. Player trading. So they seem to have this after base building based on the Inside Star Citizen in February or so. January, February. I'm not sure it was before or after their new or whatever the annual replanning would be. To me, it would seem to be better up here. P2P rating. In fact, we should have had it already. Social apps. All right. Social app for the Mobiglass. Citizenship, that's like 1.0 stuff, right? Planetary shields, I could see them. There's not much point in introducing them until we have base building. So, ownership, that all has to go in basically before, not before base building. Planetary shields would be right on its heels. The ownership needs to be done before they do base building. So, utility tunnels, Imperial Sports Federation Council. These are all guilds and whatnot. So, kind of all goes to the reputation system. Building interiors. Not too worried about that. Next, Castra Terra. So, let's go systems for 1.0. And I need to All right. I'm suspecting we'll get next this year. Castra early 2027. And actually, let's be generous. So we might. Do we get Castra next year? Maybe it waits a year. That would, either one of those would make sense to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were shooting for 1.0 for like 2028, which means 2030. So whatever they seem to plan for, they need to at least double it. All right, main story, station warfare. All right, station warfare needs to go with shields. And player stations. Either way, it's definitely not in the... I figure it's definitely not realistic the next 12 months. I mean, as we saw with the Road 1.0 and whatever they said, you know, for ships going in production, various other stuff, like, yeah, they said base building was going into production. But the thing is that it takes, you know, 12 to 24 months to do anything, for the most part. Seen some stuff where some features definitely seem to be going along very quickly, but they also seem to have... They're finally starting to put enough design pieces into play where they know enough about what they're aiming for that they're able to actually drive for it, as opposed to doing design stuff, you know, 10 years out where they haven't fleshed out how things work, how their own systems work, how to, you know, move information around and stuff like that. So now, why Caster for 2028? If we're getting Squadron 42 in Christmas of 2026, it almost doesn't make sense to necessarily have to release a new system to keep people's content tastes wet for 2027. Because basically 2027, you know, first 6 weeks, basically people are just going to be playing Squadron. And all of a sudden the PU will be very empty. So, if they release anything around that time, it might be in relation to Squadron or to complement Squadron, or maybe around Easter start dropping stuff in to get the first people through Squadron to and some new content or something like that. And that might be where, you know, you might start seeing Vandal raids showing up in Nyx and whatnot. So anyway, we can play around with that a little bit. Progress tracker. Now, a lot of this stuff is not updated well ahead of time at all. What do they got? Creature or a creature. Some redacted creature. Updated in May. That's the only thing kind of going for Squadron at the moment. Gameplay pillars. Base building, they say they're almost done for November. Now, the problem is that was updated when? Updated over a year ago. This was probably pushed back. Now, this would have been after their planning sessions last year. It was not after their planning sessions this year. And then, of course, it goes back 88 weeks. So, I mean, that's a realistic-ish time frame, but, like, yeah. There's no way it's done in the next year, I figure. Command module, this looks about right. Updated August, 27 weeks, so half a year, and they're projecting that into February 2026. So now the command module, that's a blocker, or I think a requirement for Ironclads. Cat rework. And not the Odyssey, Endeavor. Now there's a whole bunch of other ones with Endeavor because it's also modular and needs all the gameplay loops before you're going to be able to see that. But the blocker with the command module will contribute to the Endeavors being able to do the docking, undocking with the other parts of the, or with its module portions. The Crucible, I believe, has the same issue. So the upshot is this works. So they're saying quarter 2, maybe. But in order for this to work, they need engineering in first. So, too bad I should have set this up as a Gantt chart or something. But that would take even longer to sort out. All right, fantasy engineering. So in order for that to work, engineering would need to be out by first quarter of 2026. Now, let's see here. Charge drain, command module, crafting. Crafting for end of year? Yeah, okay, sure. Again, engineering hasn't been updated since 2024, August. They say done by October. They actually, I mean, they've done the demos and whatnot. Do we see engineering by the end of the year? Maybe tech. What does this depend on? This depends on Vulcan. And that's, I think, one of the big things here is that Vulcan's required for the scanning gameplay, for engineering, probably for crafting, probably for base building. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was also spent on the new flight model. Might also have a dependency on there. Basically, they all have they're all depend on Vulcan coming up. Radar and scanning December? And that's based on an update from April 7th, 2021. Guessing we don't really believe that one. Inventory reworks. 17 weeks updated 13 August 2025. It's supposed to be done this month. I'm gonna expect. I don't know that that's dependent on Vulcan, but I wouldn't be surprised. We can see some of the movements they're making for it already. It being recently updated, August 13th. I would suspect they still think that they're on track for that. So it would have been, it would have been in the middle of their development cycle. It's still going to take longer. 17 weeks seems really, really short. Like, that's barely a quarter and a half to go. And they had only announced basically doing the design work back, I think, in February or March. Forget when they sort of added that, but they mentioned it, and then all of a sudden they were doing design work, and now they think that they're delivering in October. Seems really, really fast to me, but inventory system refactor, and that's back. First quarter 2024. That might be, I guess that's the one that was already delivered. It's weird to go back on these and how many of them, how many of these things have been delivered, and maybe we're just thinking a different version or something. So, transport refactor. August 2025. Now, I don't know if that belongs to server meshing or what, but give them the benefit of the doubt and say October. If these turned into something that had been released by now, it would be nice if they actually made them not unannounced anymore. This was probably the wolf. So, anyway. All right, we got an ad starting in a couple minutes, so I am going to take a break here and go to intermission, and we'll be back after that. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? Let's see locations. What can we find here? Redacted Sandbox. Discussed in May, going till June. That's probably our ASD facilities, so we're not going to worry too much there. And other than that, there's actually very little we get from this particular roadmap, I think. A lot of the other stuff is way back info. Although, this at least gives us teams, all kinds of teams. Now, who knows who's in them or how long or whatever, so. But yeah, all these only take us into the first quarter next year. Now, for quarter 1, 2026 for the command module, that actually leans itself very well to Ironclad. We'll go over ships in a bit, I think. All right, let's take a look at what we had here. Brave New Worlds. Okay, they always, pretty much always talk about the world generation system. So yeah, Genesis 5. Genesis 5, they're probably gonna show off. Now, if they show it off, it might be more in relation to Castra rather than Nyx. Because Nyx is still, I think, being developed under version 4. And if the leaks are to be believed, it's pretty close to done. So, now, I don't think they're coming. I don't think it's coming before the end of the year. Mostly because November would not be the time to. December is not the time to try and drop that in. They're going to be dropping a bunch of ships in November and going to be debugging the hell out of that from the IAE. And they usually can't even get the expo floors to work properly in the middle of refactoring their transit system, so who knows how the hell that's going to work. It'd be interesting to see if they do something similar to what they did last year, where was it IAE last year, or was it just Fleet Week, where they just had one floor for the entire event rather than trying to swap them up for each day or two or each manufacturer. IE, I think they'll probably still try, especially if they've been refactoring the elevators. Guess we'll see whether or not they get it work by then. Social Universe, that was all about the social apps and whatnot. They haven't really said much about that. Unless we see it in the monthly reports, I'm guessing not there. Dress to Kill, Starware, they've been releasing lots of armors and stuff. Now, do they have the hooks for all the attributes? Maybe. But that one also requires a large refactor. Basically, the whole Starware system. Does it make sense for that to happen before or after they rework the entire inventory system? If they redo the inventory system, or the inventory UI, or do they wait on and basically refactor it a second time, or at least the paper doll portion, once they've figured out the new Starware system? Beyond Pyro, they talked about the other worlds that we need. Crafting your home was all the base building crafting. Captains of Industry, more of that. All right. So, now basically when they decided to go on, not hiatus, but basically do the year stability, or playability, sorry. Is there a search bar on this website? There we go. Oops. This is going to be such an issue tomorrow. Okay, that did not help whatsoever, did it? From the chairman. I didn't actually read this when it came out, probably, but well, maybe I did. 2 live releases in parallel, because this was, I think, in December. All right, so yeah, performance stability and content. And this was one of those things that I've been saying for years. It's like, stop adding new stuff and try to make the stuff that's in here work. And this year they seem to have really hammered on that. And I know a lot of folks are, whining and complaining. It's like, where's our features? It's like, well, they told us in December they were going to try and fix what was there so that, it actually works more often than not. I mean, I have a video from shortly after I started streaming this game where it's like 20 minutes. It may not be that much, but I can't remember how long it is. Anyway, it's just me getting killed by hangers over and over again, including the prospector in the ship shop at Teach's ship shop in Levski before it got teleported out. So it's nice that they're making ladders work. I haven't been killed by ladders in like days. The elevators were a huge pain point, and boy, the resource drive debugging efforts certainly. I had to take like about 6 weeks off in the middle of that event. So I did a little bit at the beginning, and my God, it was painful. And then I managed to get on there right at the end to do a little bit of stuff. And because some of the work was after they announced the winner, the only choice I had was the raft, which was some of the most painful missions in the early part, because loading 20 boxes per run with broken elevators in R-Corp all the time at the beginning of the event was an absolute nightmare. And by the end, I did not have a single faulty elevator for the last many runs that I had to do, because probably 30 to 40% of the boxes I moved was all, actually it was probably more than half, was all in the last couple days of that patch. So night and day difference. Yeah, EPTU never got used, or hasn't so far. Okay. Roadmap roundup. Where is monthly reports? Let's do that one. Not as worried about when things got updated now. So let's start running these back. Landing zone NPCs. Shopkeepers, none of this is too much of an issue. NPCs getting more deadly, man. The NPCs, I was doing the PTU a few weeks back, or a couple months back, I guess. It was when they adjusted some of the recipes for the beginning missions into Wicklow, where suddenly you had to go to Pyro and get a C-nut, and then there was some other stuff to do with chicken. And I thought you were only able to get them at Hathor. And I went down to the Hathor sites, and the NPCs were starting to respond to gunfire and reinforcing adjacent, or the garages that I was attacking. I had NPCs from other buildings nearby starting to make their way over. So every time I thought I was safe, all of a sudden somebody start ganking me from behind. Yeah, they're getting kind of vicious. And it's going to make things very interesting. Animation, characters. Now, facial animation progressed, new performances captured in August. Characters present in multiple upcoming releases, including a returning air control voice. Everyone talks about that one being the guy from Nyx. Planned for a next shoot, which is beginning of October. So when this is September, beginning of October. I wonder how long it takes them go from mocap and whatnot to product now. Let's see, we're going to skip over ships. Core gameplay. Medical improvements. Yep. Tier medical engineering. Team continuing iterating on playtest feedback and hardening the feature ahead of wider scale testing. So they're doing... I'm guessing that had to do with the playtest that they did. Was that early in the year or was that last year? Either way. I think it was like Arena Commander only. Command module continued through pre-production phase. Prototype technical design, additional debug or tooling revealed various issues with the underlying docking system. Shocking. Okay, so the command module was in pre-production as of the end of quarter 3. What do you call them? flight model and ISCS getting select testing, and of course they had to burn their group, so trying again. Economy. Oh, this whole thing needs its own bit, doesn't it? All right. Now, what were they doing at the end of this? Freelancing. Drop rates. Economy team began monthly exploring how to make players' impact on freelancing commodity trading more impactful and longer lasting. In the process, they adjusted offer and demand some locations while turning profits to fit the current level of the economy. And then they messed around with a bunch of salvage stuff too on the currents. Which is going to cause issues if they don't clear it up. Now, economy is one of those things I'd love to delve into in more detail, but
Salamander said,
hey,
07.
07's to you too, buddy. How are you doing? The survey from the economy team seemed really weird because they're like, after an event, how long should it affect the economy? And it's like, it's kind of a weird question because it depends on how big the movement is, on how many commodities or items that, you know, it might actually affect. How long it, like, whatever system that they set up, players will end up messing with, right? Some org is going to go do a Stellaris alloy dump and crash the market of one commodity or another. And they might do it semi-randomly just because they can. Even once they get the whole quantum star sim thing into play. And really that kind of simulation is probably the only way to actually make that work. The point of the simulation is that you shouldn't be needing to muck around with this stuff. And having some sort of objective for the market needing to recover within a certain amount of time just seems like it's setting it up to be monkeyed with. And the questions were so vague. I don't think the players answering the survey necessarily, like, it's hard to say whether or not the answers have any validity whatsoever, even if you did go through and through it, because even what the players think they're answering might not even be the question that was being asked. Anyway, what's up, Salamander? Good of you to drop by. I am just digging through all the stuff from this year to sort of figure out what we might see at CitizenCon tomorrow. Because I don't think they want to, or I would want them to, just show us more of the same from CitizenCon last year. You know, show us crafting, show us base building. It's like, well, they showed us the ultimate vision for that. You know, a small update on the features that they've got going or where they might be at might be interesting, but it shouldn't be a big part of it. The usual thing with Star Citizen or CitizenCons is that they usually look forward some amount of time, be it they're saying this time 12 months, but it's usually like, you know, it usually was to the next major patch or the next, you know, something far enough ahead that it was worth it being only a 1 year event, right? Or once a year event. The issue I have with a lot of the predictions so far where they're like, well, they'll just update us on crafting and base building. It's like, well, that doesn't really do much different than last year. So I think it's more likely that they ignore or glaze over a lot of the stuff that's about to come out and instead hit some of the major beats of what they're hoping to achieve within the next year. I don't think base building is realistically going to be on that, just looking at the number of systems that they have in play. And there's other things that I'm hoping that they rethink. Anyway, neither here nor there. All right, let's see what was back in August. Landing zone infrastructure, voice packs from dynamic conversations. Okay. Weapon overheating feature initially developed for Squadron 42. New firing validator was introduced to charged weapons. Okay. I think we're seeing a lot of that in there. Bug was fixed for NPCs executing audio triggers when dead. Yes, it's very irritating listening to growling copians that are already dead. Keep looking around in the grates to see if there's another one. Navigation, volume pathing. Punish idle behavior instead of statically circling the target. AI perform maneuvers. Okay. Worked on improvements to Copian as well as the new creature. Also created assets for upcoming Medgel dispenser. Made a pass on death reactions to make sure they appear as expected. Facial animation worked on a side mocap and narrative. Capture identical contact for releases coming soon and early into next year. They also worked through previously captured dialogue that will soon be available in game, including brand new mission givers, additional lines for Amelia Boyd. That would probably, I don't think this was, yeah, that should be basically for the Freedom Fighters finale that we're getting now. So August report to October-ish release. So 2 months. So if they're doing mocap, now, December, January is possible for whatever it is that they're working on for October. So character art team progressed with armor for a new gang and supported request for subscriber flare items and CitizenCon Direct. On variants for gameplay rewards and store items. Art ships. Paladin into Law 0. That was similar this month. Ironclad and Ironclad Assault in the white box. RSI and Aegis kicked off, bringing them up to current standards. They're already at Lot 0 for that. Pre-production for the Hull B this month or September. Well into my white box. Okay. Okay, so everyone's been speculating variant of a popular recent release receiving gray box and LOD 0 to work in tandem due to the nature of the changes. Everyone figured that this might be the Apollo because it's a recent release. This would seem to reinforce that. RSI and Medevac and Triage prepared for release. Ships also supported gameplay teams with medical gameplay adjustments. This follow-on, some of the team moved on to a related but unannounced ship, so that definitely would tie back to Medevac, Tria, or Apollo. And that would also reinforce the Hermes idea. So those were released September. Despite it being a, I'm thinking IAE for that one. Because we got unannounced Stinger and these are all names that were found in the files. Now, I think the Stinger is a given for CitizenCon. And the reason for that is the referral ladder. No, that's not what I wanted. Why am I doing this? Alright, might have to do it this way. Alright. There's what I was looking for. Redacted, unannounced vehicle. Where is it? Vandal Scythe? Okay, I take it back. I thought the unannounced vehicle here was supposed to be announced at CitizenCon, but it's less than the Vandal Scythe. And they seem to like putting Vandal ships into the reward. So I really figured the Stinger would be here. But it doesn't make sense to have the Stinger, which would be a heavier version, you know, ahead of the Scythe at 500. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. I thought this was the other way around. So it'll have to be more valuable than the Storm, but the less than the Scythe. All right. Actually, maybe that would be where the Shiv comes in. That might actually be kind of funny. Especially depending on if it's related to the let's see, 200 Pearl ship. All right, 200 referral ship, definitely a CitizenCon, and probably, well, whether or not it's one of the ones that's going through the phases right now, I guess we shall see. All right, so Hammerhead, Aurora, so the Hammerheads, I'm not sure if it's Lot Zero or if it's still equivalent of Gray Box. Paladin. Hull B is Ian White. Now, we said the CM command module, depending on engineering, finishing up Q2 2026. That's about right on time for the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault to release in Invictus. Now, is it Invictus? Or do they go to IAE next year? I'm thinking Invictus and CitizenCon, although the Ironclad baseline version, somewhat questionable there. Not combat or whatever. But they also skipped DefenseCon this year, so... Okay, so... where's the Hermes? Or... yeah. Gray and Lot Zero. Final stage. Wouldn't be surprised if that was a stinger. All right. What else? Perseus. Let's see. That's early in the month and into final. Kraken into white box. All right, so when are we thinking Kraken? 2027, probably IAE. Or DefenseCon. Depending on when it gets ready, but there's no way they do that in 12 months. All right. So basically, these 4 unannounced ships might be something completely different. Oh, yes. Some folks are talking about a RSI salvager. So I guess the question is, where's this 200 referral ship come in? Don't think it would be the salvager. Shiv might be possible depending on how big and or valuable it is. Stinger makes less sense now though, given that it's behind the scythe. And probably definitely not this Apollo variant slash possible Hermes. And that's assuming that that's everything that they're even talking about, because there is also, they would talk about that one, but there's also unannounced Flappy Bird from CitizenCon last year. And I think that's it. I'd have to go back over the silhouettes. Spectrum, Ship Showdown, Wolf release, core gameplay. Freight elevators. Oh my gosh, was that ever necessary? Team added the ability to disable components for ships that have been claimed. Additionally, items will now display a timer when they become bricked. After they become claimed by the original owner, also display the player as part of notification when an item is bricked and a player attempts to use it. Okay. This is one of those things that, you know, everyone wants to be able to pirate everybody for the fancy gear, and it's like, well, if you take a look at the way I read a lot of what they talk about, you know, the stuff gets bricked, and then you either have to go through some expensive / recrafting process basically to jailbreak the item. And if you do, you'll lose the skin on it anyway, or whatever other cosmetics are applied. So you might as well just go buy the real thing. Or you leave it bricked and you put it on display on your wall, sure. The original owner just has to go get a new one out of their insurance or make a new one, whatever. Offline version of the blueprint service used to stand-in support blueprint-bound library until the actual service starts development. First playable prototype of crafting in a multiplayer environment. Let's see. Maelstrom discussions, quantum travel. Interdiction. What's going on there? Go away. Rocks and filters, August. And there's something in here. Various improvements in polish tasks. Improved UI information about targets, better positioning of scan information for very large targets. So, polish. All right, we're going to have to take another break and come back to discuss the economy piece again. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Back at it, I guess. Man, we've only gotten as far as August, and we're not even done yet. Economy team progressed with new iteration based on data they recently gathered. This was the survey. Currently looking at changes for buy and sell prices of FPS, weapon armors, and consumables. Updating profit margins of salvage vehicles, including components, and the effort versus reward algorithm. Ongoing parties initiative to ensure crafting is profitable, revitalize the salvage of vehicle components, and prevent exploits. Now, yay, but again, they're like, I'd feel better a little bit if they were able to dig into the Star Sim. And to really get that going. One of their big crutches in here is the player-to-player market. And if they can hook that into the Star Sim as well, it could get very interesting. Saying it would be really funny if, like, if the Star Sim was working everything in the background, then everything the players generate could also end up going back into the overall economy, which means that perhaps the NPCs end up buying the various gear, because if you have to grind out 100 baseline pistols before you can get your blueprint upgraded to tier 1, what are you going to do with all those? Because the players probably aren't going to necessarily want to buy a bunch of tier 1 stuff, because they're going to come after you for the tier 5 stuff, right?
Sienna said, Nerio asked me to come here to tell you she says hi.
Hey Sienna, how are you doing? And hi to Nerio as well. Can you hear me though? Or do I need to type it in?
Can't hear you and slowly getting drunk.
Can't hear
LOL.
you, slowly getting drunk? Okay. Let's see.
Stealing my wife's drink, LOL.
Purple said, Hi Nerio. Should I play a platformer game so that at Sienna Robinson 117 can get drunk quickly instead of slowly?
All right. Yeah, so the survey and prices, like if they're going to insist on setting them statically in the game until they can get the background Star Sim working, then so be it. I just kind of worry that they're worried about the wrong things in terms of how things are supposed to affect the market.
Sienna said, Slowly please. He'll drink my money if it's fast, LOL, Nerio. Purple said, Aw, so much for all my fun. Winky face.
Okay. Mission design for Onyx. We saw how that worked out. Next round of content for what they'll discover. New mission characters that are making their debut later this year as they continue to focus on improving storytelling across Star Citizen.
Sienna said, make him buy his own shots for some fun, lol.
This month's performance capture session saw the return of an already released character pick up some additional lines. I'm guessing that was... what's her name again? While not yet captured, narrative beginning to write new scripts for NPCs to flesh out lore specific areas in the game. Was they continue to expand the collective conversations that players can overhear across the verse. Oh, okay, so these are like the wild lines and storekeeper wild lines and whatnot. New hostile faction making debut in a later patch, establishing its unique voice and supporting branding and character art teams. Okay. Hostile faction. So this was August. Voice acting, branding, chart art. Now, I suspect that might be the blades. We'll see if there's a mention of them somewhere else here. The other thing about the blades is I think they also might be Nyx related. New fiction page this month's subscriber that expands on the current happenings in the Empire. Now, the Jump Point magazine is subscriber stuff. Do we get that later? Or is it only for the subscribers? What? Sienna, are you still subscribed? Oh, yeah, you're not listening. Should ask if Salamander's still subscribed. Online service, Stow context API, item imprint, version 1, development continued as expected.
Salamander said, "Id."
You don't know? You don't know if you're subscribed? It might not have been...
Bang Your Head said, oh slash.
Hey, Bang Your Head, how are you doing? Good to see you. Lazy inventory creation project.
Salamander said, I believe I'm not subbed.
Bang Your Head said, good mate, yourself?
Believe you're not subbed? I'm talking about the subscription to Robert Space Industries, the for Star Citizen. I'm doing all right, Bang. How about you? Oh, yeah, you already said. Sorry. Yeah, I'm talking myself in circles because I'm busy trying to dissect the last bit of roadmap and various other stuff. Trying to figure out...
Oh yeah, do you know what the subscriberships are this month?
Subscriberships, they did say... Where did they say?
Last month it was the ADLS and ADLS Geo. Wasn't subbing for that. Already own them.
There it is. October 2025 subscriber promotions. So yeah, it was kind of funny because they released the jacket and the hanger flare for the critter that is currently in the PTU and was just released like yesterday into it or the day before. So yeah, it was kind of funny. And the vehicle, oh, that's right. Vehicle of the month is Mantis. If you have a 12-month, or sorry, for the Centurions. And the Imperator is both the Meteor and the Mantis. So Centurions can pull you out
That
of
might be
quantum.
worth
The
subbing
Imperators
for.
can both pull you and kill you. I mean, you only get to use them for another
I don't have either one of those.
3 weeks. And I'm pretty sure the Mantis is available in the ship shops.
Probably, but not cheap.
Well, of course it's not cheap. It's a ship. It's only 3.4 million though. UEC. The Meteor will be a while before it gets there. What are you whining about? Yeah. The other thing is the Mantis and every other ship in the game is also going to be free to fly next month anyway, during the expo. So it's the best try before you buy event of the year, right? I'm pretty sure even the Meteor.
Thanks for the
will
info.
Probably. I'm like 90% sure that the exclusivity periods don't apply to the Ship Showdown free flies because they want you to be able to test every ship in the game that's released other than I'd have to double check. I'm pretty sure even the new releases are all still in there. You only get to so each manufacturer has a day and you got to go in and rent the ship on that day, and you'll usually get a 48-hour rental period. So or the depending on if they do the show floors, like they have one day that they're primary and then there's a second day that they're there. So you have a 48-hour window to rent them, a 48-hour window or for 48 hours. And then the last 3 days of the expo, 2 or 3 days during the finale, all the ships are available to rent. Maybe it's the last day. Either way, because there's the finale will be the 8 semi-finalists from the Ship Showdown.
Now you got me. What expo?
Oh, bang! Yeah, Are you not familiar with the IAE Expo? This is every year in November.
They are doing this CitizenCon tomorrow, and that's only 3 hours.
2, probably. Be a little annoyed if it's 3 hours, actually. Come on. So the IAE Expo is an in-game event that happens on the, it happens in the verse, and then the Star Citizen channel will usually also have some sort of ISC type sessions. Where? Oh, it's no wonder I can't find it. So this is the premiere. That's not.
Interesting. I think last time it was Tour de Polaris, but I missed it. Got there a day too late, I think.
Yeah, every year they do these expos. So it's their biggest ship sale of the year. They'll run. This was so awesome. Did you ever watch Airwolf as a kid? Love that show.
Amazing. Up next, an old favorite from the show floor.
So they'll run the various ISC type segments where they talk either about ships or upcoming things. It's also where they release a lot of ships. Last year, for example, was the Intrepid.
Man, I want
Mom,
some ships,
Dad,
but I have to have carpal
sorry I
tunnel
didn't write
surgery
sooner.
Thursday and
Things
might
have
not
been
be able to
non-stop
play
out
for
here.
6 months.
Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, buddy. But the big thing with the IAE is during that period, basically, the ship store or the pledge store opens up for every ship that's been available so far, with a very few exceptions, like the F8 and whatnot. So if there's any ship that you missed the sale for, it's the time to either buy the ship or buy the CCU for the ship. There's usually like last year, I think they were doing 24-hour war bonds for CCUs, so there was a chance to get a bunch of war bond savings of various. I think that's where I got most of mine. Or maybe it was the year before. I don't remember. Must have been the year before.
Well, if you ever want to get rid of Sienna and Salameda, just invite me to the channel. Straight face. I've never queued anything and don't know a lot about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's a way. It's a way that if you play it right, you can end up saving a lot of money on ships. Which, you know, like
Lance said, OMG, awesome Airwolf
I know,
homage.
right, Lance?
Fracking sold, laughing face.
Yeah, the CCUs are the reason that my Polaris cost me barely more than the Mole.
Also, hi,
But it
everyone.
takes a
How
while,
goes?
and you gotta kind of have a plan for it. But the Expo is one of the ways to do it, and so, just give me a second here. Bang if. I'm like, maybe I should just go to my channel and bring stuff up. All right. I got my new PC last year. So if you look on my YouTube channel, bang, there's, you can do a search for IAE stuff, and there's the various episodes or streams where I went to the IAE. Now the question is, where is me actually going to the show floor? There we go. So this would have been the best in show part of the segment last year. So there's this big convention center that you go to actually go see all the ships on display. It's like a giant convention / car showroom. And you rent the ships, and while they're rentable, they're also buyable. So that'll be in November. Usually runs about 10 days through the end of November into sometimes the first couple days of December, but they have to wrap it up before
Bang Ahead said,
Luminalia
RGR
starts.
found the channel. Subbed.
Oh, thank you. I might have missed the alert because I was on a different screen, but appreciate the sub. Lance, how are you doing?
YouTube, I mean.
It should have told me. But sometimes when I'm on a different page, the alerts may not go off. Or it just hasn't noticed that you subbed yet. Anyway, we won't worry about it.
Lance said, doing okay, thank you. Enjoying some tea for the evening.
Oh, that's good. There must be one hell of a lag on your end. Alright, where are we at? September, October, or August? Nope. Alright, July. Mountain wildline, shop behaviors.
Bang your head said, pictured that with a Cockney accent. Spot O teammate? Laughing face.
Polish feels close range shove attack that allows AI to respond rapidly to players or other NPCs getting too close. Okay. Group behaviors. Okay. New ship enter and exit template animation.
Lance said,
Pickups
learning
for
how to
bespoke
type with mucked
gameplay
up fingers
features for an upcoming PU
will hopefully
release.
get better over time.
Yeah, there's a lot of mucking up of everybody's stuff. Since if you read back there, Lance, I think Bang said something about having to get his wrists worked on. Back on set with mocap and narrative teams. Additional contact for 341 and future releases.
Bang Y Head said, they have the Titan starter pack on sale with 24 Mo's insurance on sale, which I'm thinking about buy just to upgrade it.
What starter pack do you have currently, Bang? So, because here's the other thing about the starter packs.
Titan.
The starter packs at IAE will have 10-year insurance on them. Or if you buy a Warbond LTI token of a really small, inexpensive ship, you can upgrade that to a larger ship.
So wait. How long?
10-year insurance. Or if you learn how to do CCU properly, you can get lifetime insurance.
When does
on
the
your
shindig
ships.
start?
When does the shindig start? Well, CitizenCon is tomorrow, and it will probably have a starter. Well, I think there's some predictions that there's liable to be a small, medium, and a large ship released and available to buy. They usually do 2 or 3 ships during CitizenCon. So if it's a small, or the people are guessing a small salvage ship akin to basically an RSI ship akin to the Golem. If it's similar to Golem doing salvage, it'll probably be in the $60 range, so it'll probably be more expensive than the Titan. And of course, you need to get game packages as well, right? A lot of the game packages, or the cheapest game packages, usually go on sale as well for about $5-ish off usually. And they'll end up with 10-year
What I want is a
on that.
Constellation Taurus, which is getting double the armor in the next patch, because they practically nerfed it out of the game.
Okay, if you want a Connie Taurus, and are you looking to stay in only one, like, is that going to be your only ship, or do you want the Connie Taurus separate from your main ship? Which one do you currently, what pack do you use?
In addition to all my other ships.
In addition to all your, okay. So yeah, we, for that, Something I wasn't. Let's go this way then.
When I got the Gladius Valiant, I could get it with 10 years insurance or 6 months, and the 10 years was like $5.50 cheaper than the 6-month version.
Dayton starter pack, 6-month insurance, Cutlass LTI.
Kind of a
Gladius Valiant
no-brainer
10
there.
year. Yeah, a little bit. All right, so for the CCU game, you can go to ccugame.app, and it'll analyze your hanger, and you can go to, say, select your Connie Taurus, right? You'll see where it might have had, like, it just had a War Bond edition, like back in May. It's almost too bad I didn't grab that, but you'll see it usually gets the 10-year treatment every December as well for the IAE, right? So what you can do is you can go to create chain, and for the source, we might not have it, but let's pretend that this golem is going to be the new LTI token for whatever your RSI thing would be. So you'll save $5 probably getting the new salvage ship or whatever starter that they have available, right? And you get the target ship is your Connie Taurus. Flight ready war bond sources. Exclude this. Yeah, don't use lowest amount of new money. Highest terms. Savings. Kind of wish there was a way to not have it borrow. Because what this is doing is it's pulling a bunch of CCUs that I have in stock. So if you play these CCUs properly and are able to get them stacked on top of each other over the course of the IAE, then you might be able to save a few more, right? So the Golem would be $5 off, and then the Golem to Gladius might be 30, but then I saved $5 on this CCU when the Gladius was on a sale. Another $5 for the Cuddy Black when it was on sale. Prospector to Ballista, et cetera, et cetera. So several different chains. And so what you can do is, instead of paying the whole $200 for the Taurus all at once, you get the LTI token and you get about $60, or would get $60 in savings if you had all these kind of stacked up and ready to go. So the IAE is a great way to get way too deep into this game. All of a sudden, I blew way past basic concierge and yeah, it was bad. So I spent a ludicrous amount of money at IAE the last couple of years, or last year, might have been the year before. Either way, too much money. And very few ships to show for it, but the few ships that I do have to show for it are a lot cheaper than they would be otherwise. So anyway, so that's the CCU game. It can be a very advantageous way to save a lot of money on your way to getting ridiculous sized fleets. So the so I would recommend waiting until, like, don't do anything with your Titan game pack until you see what the starter packs are in IAE, because you never know. The Aurora might be coming back, and even if it's not, the Mustang would, and you can get a starter pack with the Mustang 10-year insurance on it, and then upgrade that with like $5 or $10 to a Titan, and then you just melt your original package. You can use part of it to basically re-upgrade your or do the CCU upgrade. Anyway, we can talk about it at a later time. I'm supposed to be doing predictions.
The
and
Titan starter pack
prognostications.
I have isn't worth upgrading with its crappy 6 Mo's insurance.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, Bang, is that if you want to keep a Titan starter pack, you get an IAE starter pack that has 10-year insurance, and you upgrade that.
RGR wasn't meaning to interrupt what you were doing.
Yeah, no worries, Bang. You asked the question. I'm more than happy to jump into it. It's relevant-ish to some of the other discussions that we're having tomorrow, because a bunch of stuff that they'll announce at CitizenCon, they'll probably, maybe not. I think they usually give at least some passing reference to what's going to be coming up at IAE. Because, for example, we know we're not getting the Perseus at CitizenCon tomorrow, but they might show it off just to get everybody's whistles wet. Or they might ignore it completely in favor of the ships that are actually releasing. So like I said, we'll probably get 3 new ones tomorrow, or at least 2.
Yup, by Christmas is likely though.
Perseus for Christmas? Yes, absolutely. I think that's stuff that's because, again, IAE is the sale where
Because
Perseus
they
will
like
go
those
back
shiny
on.
new Christmas presents.
Well, they do, but by Chris, it'll probably go up on or during the IA or the expo in November on RSI Day. So, all right. Where were we? July. Oh God, Perseus has been in Lot Zero since July.
Watched a clip where the guy was pissing and moaning about SitCon not being this huge 3-day event. I thought, what an idiot.
Well, I mean, that's usually where, or it's what most of them have been in the past. The last time they had to do one of these was, I think, in 2020, because the big in-person event got stuff canned. And even that, even though it was an online thing, I think it was... I haven't been able to find the videos of it anywhere. So, anyway, extenuating circumstances. Usually it's...
It takes them 3 months to get ready for that, and costs millions to do. That's 3 months they aren't developing the game for a feel-good convention.
Yeah, and I mean, this year with the focus on playability and all their work on trying to get rid of the tech deck, and the other probably 3/4 of the company heads down, arses up, because that's the way they like to develop for Squadron. It's been something that I've been after for years, and a lot of folks, they bitch and moan about, oh, new features, but it's all broken. It's like, well, this is the opportunity for them to get things unbroken, and it's probably several years overdue, but the timing actually makes a fair bit of sense, because they're finally getting a lockdown on their systems for what things are actually going to look like for 1.0. Everything up to last year basically was mostly it was all still stepping stones and learning processes and prototyping and whatnot, and that's the problem with the bugginess of the game, is that there's so much tech debt of things that were prototypes but not built for things like the server meshing, never mind dynamic server meshing, and having gotten to that major hurdle of server meshing at the beginning of this year, it was a good time to finally say, okay, the difference between server meshing and dynamic server meshing is mostly a back-end issue, but as long as all the services are talking between the client, the mid-tier, and the back-end servers, they can actually design for how the game's going to be when it goes to 1.0, whereas anything else
I'd rather they skipped the feel good and fixed the game. If I had to choose between one and the other, the actual game comes first.
Yeah. And that's the thing, everyone bitching about, oh, they're not doing as many ISCs, and they're not doing this, and they're not, we want you to tell us how everything's gonna, the step-by-step. It's like, there's no point in a step-by-step. Every time they do a step-by-step in November or October, it gets thrown out by December, much less January, because they revamp everything and reprioritize everything in January. And then they actually make their detailed plans on February. We don't necessarily, sometimes get a little peek into that occasionally with the ISCs or Star System Lives or various other shows have been in the past. But then people just bitch and whine. It's like, oh, well, they showed it. It must be ready to go. Where is it? And it's like, yeah, they showed you a prototype version. It's going to take 3 years for it to actually get in. So calm down. Anyway. That's why they're doing a short event. They don't have to bother the devs as much. The devs are busy working on other stuff. They're actually building the game. They're fixing the bugs. They're doing all the things. And there is a lot of feature development going on in the background as these things show. It's just that they haven't made it into the game yet. And they haven't made it into the game for a variety of reasons. I think mostly that there's a couple tech blockers that are kind of in the way of things going to the ePTU or the tech demo versions, tech channels, whatever. And probably just as well. And I mean, maybe that's just so that they have more time to cook before they bother putting it to the PTU or wider testing. Because the other parts of the team are busy, fixing the bugs and getting everything up to scratch. The thing about, if they had done this years ago to fix everything so it was working perfectly, we wouldn't have half the features that we have in place, and they would have to refactor it all anyway. Because while it would have fewer, bugs technically going in.
Yup, and people forget that SC has never been anything but a side project to start with. The real project is Squadron 42, which looks like ITLL be epically huge.
Yeah. And that was something I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. It's like you could have dumped the entirety of the money that's been raised to date. You could have dumped on day one on the Kickstarter back in 2012. It would not change where we are now. Not significantly, because you can't drop $1 billion on one person's head and expect them to have a game the next day. And so many people, it's like, oh, there's $1 billion game. It's like it's like 4 games, 3 rebuilds, and two if not 3 engines in process. Like, yeah,
absolutely.
And given that I was a programmer in my past life, not in game development, but like, bugs are tricky, computers are tricky. What you think you're telling a computer to do isn't exactly what it thinks that you told it to do. All kinds of weird things happen, and it takes a while to figure out how those weird things happen and how to fix them. So anyway, freight elevators, comploor, spawning flow, hacking. Oh, there's something I hadn't put on here yet. Where should we put that? Is that under scanning or engineering, do you think? We'll put it with scanning, although it's probably, I would expect it's dependent on both Vulkan and engineering. Crafting team continued reevaluate. English guys, holy crap! Reevaluating the scope for the first public release while inventory UI concept shown recently on a CL entered development, with the development team doing prep work and setting up a new canvas. Okay, so the UI concept, July. So the inventory rework entered development in July. Okay. July engineering gameplay tech preview prep. Does moving code of the new staging stream. Did they actually hit the tech preview? In July? I don't think they did, and I didn't see anything for it in August either. Item expiry, quantum introduction for server meshing, flight system. QT new mechanics in July. FPS radar scanning saw additional progress. Further improvements allowing designers to define custom scan data. AI can now react to being scanned or respond accordingly. Players will be able to identify if enemy NPCs have a radar equipped and could perceive this player scanning. Transport refactor continued. All right. Economy, analyzing their poll, reviewed engagement max. Has it been like 6 months that I haven't actually sent in the post about the economy?
Would you mind sharing that link?
Which link though? The one I'm on currently is the July monthly report. All monthly reports are available on the
Yes.
There, I'll show you where to find it. So, if you go to, where is it? Community, I think.
I may have read it already, but a second time won't
Yeah.
hurt.
Community Hub. Under the Community tab, you go to the Community Hub. No, is that right? No, sorry, it's under Explore. What's new? Comlinks. And Comlinks will give you like all the things. So I went to channel transmission, series monthly reports, and then just hit search. And you'll get all the monthly reports ordered from, well, I have it ordered from newest to oldest, so. All right, let's burn through this and whatnot. Mission design, they're still trying to catch up on 4.0 stuff that got toasted. Upcoming details. Crafted lore for new ship seller who the narrative teams will be a fun addition to the verse. So this probably has to do with the gray market guy, i.e. the Shiv. And so ship seller. And I don't know who, but I'm wondering if it's either Teaches or at least that's the market outlet. But what was it? It's whatever the Shiv belongs to. Gray market. And I think they're probably going to be in on next. So sport, gameplay events, concept art, dashboard MFD UI for upcoming vehicle and unique visual features. This is probably stuff alluding to the Wolf. All right. Race for Stanton. Oh yeah, the resource drive bits. All right, I'm gonna have to take a break here again, another intermission. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes. Go ahead and throw in other questions there, Bang or Salamander or whomever. We'll see if we can queue them up as part of the discussion.
RGR.
I came and they bailed. Made me feel real good.
Salamander said, no, still here, just listening in background.
Lance said, still here, too, bang.
Okay. Back into it, I guess. All right, let's see what else we got here. Animation. This was stuff for... I think that's Apollo work. And actually, that would make sense from some of the other mentions about some cargo weird entry exit. Or maybe that was for the wolf again. Anyway. New mission giver content 43431. Did we have a mission giver content? We had the voice lines. I don't think we had any mocap stuff though, did we, for Resource Drive? Although if it was 431, that might be related to also this next event, because I think it was pushed. Facial animation content required 421. New lines for Stowe's Walton and additional NPCs in the Defend location mission. I guess I didn't do that one enough because I don't remember who Stowe's and Walton are. Whoops. Paladin was gray box. Pre-production on the Raylan. What's that, June? Airline pre-production in June. Okay. New vehicle production into pre-production. Team stage may have the record for the fastest production through the production pipeline. I remember when they mentioned that one, and I'm like, oh, this is, it says new variant as well. That's probably what it is. So pre-production, I'll bet you that was the Hermes. Because that would put pre-production in June, lot 0 by this quarter, and basically last month, and probably ready for IAE. Actually, if not CitizenCon, I guess. If they did beginner salvage, Stinger, I don't know. Anyway, it's also kind of interesting that they kicked it over to a different team if that's case too. Parallel Utility released. Perseus was that Gray Box Gate Review. That's not bad, actually. Gate Review in June.
Bang Ahead said, Yar, reading the August report.
Hey, Bang. This is June's. I already went through August earlier. I'm working my way backwards to sort of see.
No, I'm reading August.
Oh, you're reading August. Okay, gotcha. Core gameplay, Stormbreaker, core gameplay teams, updates, radiation, hazard, FCS logic, that's fine. Apex Alphar, Arc Atlas Icky, points of interest, internal play tests, hard to resolve them, freight elevator fixes, mission design, closeout Stormbreaker. Expanded Foxwell. The escort missions came up. Upcoming patches and moving generic contracts over to guilds and factions needed for Rep V2. So they're doing prep work for Rep V2 back in June. Their mission system. Narrative team, upcoming patches. Performance capture to record mission dialogue, new mission audio logs to be discovered by players. Mission designers adding several new combat contracts to refactor older missions. Okay, instancing. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people are talking about instancing coming out, like right meow. It's like not a chance. So I remember seeing this. Instancing. There we go. June. What's it say? Preliminary discussions for the upcoming instancing service is a collaboration with other teams, currently defining the objective and high-level technical details to estimate and plan the work accordingly. Yeah. So initial recce estimates in June. So what that says to me is, and they haven't discussed it since, and I'm pretty sure instancing is tied behind. It has a dependency on DSM, dynamic server meshing. If it's initial estimates in June, minimum a year and a half. I figure. I mean, 8 months to a year, but it would be after DSM is far enough along that they could run on it. And I don't think DSM. I mean, they're going to work on it for the next few months, but or for the next year, definitely. I don't know if they're going to have a release candidate available for at least another year. Have not. It was one of those things. The initial server meshing took a long time. Like, okay, let's finish out June, and then we're going to go back and start looking at previous CitizenCons to see what we get. Parallel testing, new MTL development infrastructure. MTL. Computational load from individual. Okay, so okay, so that's dev tools. Network teams focus on bug fixing and stability updates. Steady progress currently being made towards DSM, which is crucial for successful implementation of instancing. There's the other one. So progress, yes. So June steady prog. We didn't hear anything about it after that, I think. Task for Blueprint Library also began API development plan for August. Where did I have something about blueprints? Blueprints. This is in quarter 3. Dev July, API August. Work and discussion on item imprint V1. That sounds like pre-production discussion phase. All right, let's double check back on our release view because ownership items, vehicles, and more, including the ability to transfer ownership both legally and illegally. This, I thought that was bases, but that's like items as well. let's see. Okay, so no, it wasn't there. Was it in the progress tracker? All right, it's not on there. All right, gas cloud rendering further refined based on improvements implemented in March. All improvements made available with PU and Squadron. Okay. Let's go back and take a quick look at we need CitizenCon 2954. All right. Yeah. Leave that alone. Force variations, virtual textures. There will probably, like I said, this is like a guaranteed bit. They always talk about their planet tech and kind of where things are. Lighting. Audio, dynamic weather. All right, so we're more or less, that's all stuff in progress. They'll probably show us the updates for V5, but VoIP, guide system beacons, orgs, guilds, and rep. There's probably not much in that that's going to be in. Now, the question is, will they throw it into the bin? Or throw it into the list of things to work on for 2026. Okay, just kill, specializations and armor. This is like a concurrent production thing. Okay, here's something that they're probably going to need to update with Starware. Whether or not they add in all the factors, things like the FPS and ping bits are going to at least have to partially update on Starware. Because in order to have FPS scanning, you're going to need to have the helmets and the UI for it. Beyond Pyro, Yeah, this is where they talked about Nyx and updated us about Levski. And also told us about Castor Sherman. Sherman was in White Box, or pre-production. Sorry. And I think Sherman, or basically the Castor system's also been on version 5 of Genesis. So, crafting the home. Again, gameplay has already been... So now a lot of this was kicked down the road. Although they did say they were almost... They said it was going into production in early 2025. I don't think that changed. And certainly with what we saw in the roadmap updates, it certainly looks like that's still the case. His base building, I mean, that was an old deliverable, but still. Actually, we haven't seen a lot in the monthly reports about that, did we? Seen lots about crafting. Crafting was updated about the same amount of time. So, okay. Crafting, captains of industry. Reconcepting the Pioneer, and then didn't hear much after that. So Legionnaire is still pending, but it's dependent on hacking. Hacking, docking. And then we went through all of these, which I think most of them, except for the Flappy Bird, we're still waiting on. Pioneer, because of course, the Ironclad. And actually it was an interesting bit on this. Somebody mentioned.
So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So, let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
Working on, yeah. So, they definitely worked on some of these. Yeah, so previous years they kind of said, yeah, we'll get these to you in 12 months, and of course they missed the target. So this time they just said working on, which is, it's very similar to how they say everything needs to be earnable in game. That doesn't mean buyable with credits. There's some folks who have an absolute hissy fit that they can't get a Polaris out of the ship or the New Deal or whatever for credits, and it's only available through Wicklow. Now, I understand Wicklow being useful for the upgraded versions. I'm assuming there is some upgrades to do for the components that like that, but I think there's definitely said to be for something to be said for making some of those ships available exclusively through a mechanism like Wicklow. It's still available in game, and you can still get it for credits. It just takes an extra step of going through player-generated markets in order to get the stuff. Okay, so this was all 1.0 stuff. Now, to me, a lot of folks are like, well, I just want to see what's new with all this. What's new with all this is probably going to be in our hands probably early next year. I think a lot of the features, especially since a bunch of them are require Vulkan, need some indication on how long Vulkan's going to take. But basically, as soon as Vulkan's out, then they can start pushing the EPTUs with Vulkan for engineering, possibly crafting. It all depends on how far along some of these other things are. That all depend on Vulkan to get out the door. All right, so what did we see in 2023? Let's see. Star Engine. All right, this was the tour around the verse in let's see, Reputation. This was all stuff leading into Pyro. Okay, so this was stuff that they showed us for Pyro, where it ended up still being, well, actually, end of 2024. They actually weren't far off on this one. Ship Talks, that was the Zeus Cutter. BMM. Javelin after Squadron 42. So depends on Squadron 42. Did they release it with Squadron? Resource Network Engineering Preview. Player interactions, that's still being an interesting time. AI. Distribution centers. Now, this is another one of these things where the missions underneath probably lend themselves well to instancing, and so that's, yeah, the subterranean levels. They didn't necessarily mention instancing here, but let's see, hygiene. I wouldn't be surprised if this also ran after the resource network. Because that also will require AI reactions for it to be usable, and maybe an FPS thing. Can you smell them from around the corner? Oh, the hairstyles. Navigation. This is where they showed some of the scanning gameplay. And the maps. This also had the chips or whatever for uploading map stuff to your mobile glass and your mini map. Cloud, Fox, weather, fire. Now, fire and engineering is also still waiting to come in, and I think they were talking about it. Anyway, it's probably still dependent on engineering gameplay. A lot of this stuff is in with Maelstrom. All right, this was the server meshing, and actually this one kind of blew me away too, because they demoed this and they had just gotten it working basically right before the demo. Or the very, like, it was not long between when they actually did this or got this working and when they decided to film it to show it off. So, this Chris Roberts commented on this in the discussions. So they went from this to testing within, God, it was only like 4 months, I think, before the first 4 or 5 months before the first test started showing up in the tech channels. And then it was in the game for 4.0 in January live. It spent Christmas in a PTU format. So yeah, it was 12 months to go from showing this off to getting it into the game. Now, if you take a look at that timeline, maybe a year to do dynamic might not be so crazy sounding after all. Still ambitious, but not necessarily crazy. All right, so DSM.
Engineering is a real sore point for me.
So possible for early
What
next
exactly
year.
is it supposed to bring to the game?
I think likely in 2028. So, all right. Engineering sore point for you. What's it supposed to bring to the game? A lot of players really like to. They think that they'll like things that make everybody else's life more difficult. That's the nearest thing I can figure for it. It's a very good question.
When
I think the
six
idea is
guys
it's
and
supposed to
fighters
be-
can pop a hammerhead in less than 2 minutes, what does engineering bring to the game?
Yeah, well, okay, so that's a problem with the current light fighter meta. It's a problem with the hammerhead, and it's a problem with
If it
the
can't bring a
multi-curl
ship
in
back from
general.
death, then it's pointless.
Well, and that's exactly what engineering is supposed to do. You're supposed to be able to use it to at least get your ship to limping. And there's ways in which I think it really should, for at least the gamified reasons for it. It should be very rare that you can't do something to bring something back to at least limping before, or even if you have to continuously zap your quantum every couple seconds or whatever to keep it going, or at least a couple minutes. Depends on the size of the component of the ship and whatnot, whether or not you're supposed to be trying to solo it. There's an overall problem with the light fighter meta being supreme in all cases for everything. And the hammerhead is a really good example of that, in that the hammerhead is supposed to be an anti-fighter escort.
Oh yeah, there's
It's
a
a
huge
screening
problem
vessel.
with balance. And something like a hammerhead should survive 20 minutes of fighter attacks.
Yeah.
Because the way it is now, they're useless.
They are, and the problem is if you make the hammerhead behave
Right,
the way
but it dies in 2 minutes.
if you make the hammerhead if they make the hammerhead behave the way it's supposed to.
Lance said, in your hammerhead example, those 6 fighters are supposed to be fracking toast.
Yeah, the problem is all the light fighter guys bitch moan and complain excessively on the forum. So, and it's one of those squeaky wheel issues, I think. At some point I'll have to do a cranky veteran discusses fleet tactics or something. Because the multi-crew aspect of the game is definitely lacking. In that, somebody else did a
Banya
really
had
good
said, yup, hence
video
the
on it.
problem with balance. A hammerhead shouldn't have the same hit points as a fighter.
Yeah, well, and I think the way it's supposed to end up eventually is the shields and or armor of the hammerhead will make it so that size 3 weapons and down, possibly even size 4 and down, won't even hurt it. And so that'll bring back some purpose for like the Ion and the Fury and a few other select.
There is no balance between a hammerhead and fighters. That's the whole point of having a hammerhead.
Yeah, correct. Like I said, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be an anti-fighter screening vessel. But the problem is the turret gameplay doesn't work very well still. They're still messing around with flight balls, they're still messing around with balance, they're messing around with a bunch of stuff. And the engineering is only going to be one factor that allows capital ships, I think, to stay in the fight longer, because if you get one shield generator going down, but you can reroute something or fix something or swap out a component to get it back into the game, then the time to disable won't be nearly so bad. But like I said, I need to do a longer discussion on fleet tactics. But and apologies to whoever did do the video for this. I remember somebody talking about, you know, the multi-crew aspect should be that one, basically 1 + 1 = 3 sort of thing, and that a multi-crew of 2 people, like a fighter with a turret, backseat gunner, should be the equivalent of 3 one-seat fighters in order to balance things out. Now, I'm not quite sure it needs to be that extreme, but there definitely could be some discussion of that at the base tier. So even if it was 2.5, we'd be doing better, right? The
problem is CIG, and their problem is EVE Online Indie. They envision huge fleet battles like EVE has, but have no idea about balance.
Yes, in part that I'm not sure about their EVE envy, and I haven't actually played EVE to know what they're running, but although I would expect EVE is still all 1 player per ship, even if it's a big ship. They do have a problem both on balance.
There's no balance between a carrier and balance or battleships and frigates.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is you got a whole bunch of players that then have to be herded like cats together in order to get a single fleet vehicle to multi-crew vehicle to work properly, like the Idris. And so things like engineering are being put in, like part of the Quiet Riot crowd is yelling about things like people soloing Idris and using it to mess with whatever it is that they think they're supposed to be able to do in a fighter without, you know, an Idris getting in the way. So, anyway. Now they did. Journey to 4.0. This was previewing the pirate systems. Again, Planet Tech. Two years and a bit to actually achieve Pyro. Now they were working on it ahead of time, right? Like this was work in progress, but underground facilities, we're kind of seeing pieces of this now. Sorry, what did we get here, Lance? To me, it's more difference in the type of game. EVE is not a space sim at all. Sure. Balance passes will be needed throughout development. It's continuous dance while they develop and implement the very system. And it is weird, or I'll get into this as well, probably in conjunction with the fleet tactics thing. All the discussion about flight models, they're painting themselves in the corner. They went
Admiral
to master
said,
mode.
balance? What's that?
Hey, Griffiths, how you doing? When they went to master modes, they were like, "This is the flight model we're using for Squadron," and now they're going to have to redo the flight model for Squadron again. And they're in some ways going back to the type of model that would have been carried on developing for the last 3 years had they not gone to master modes.
Feature complete, my ass.
I mean, there's a model in there. Come on. The problem is that they kind of paint themselves into a corner on a couple things. One is there may end up having to be 2 different flight models for Squadron and Star Citizen if they can't get that sorted out in time for Squadron's release, which was something that they were trying to avoid. Oops. The other thing that they paint themselves into a corner is, as a single-player game, Squadron is mostly going to revolve around fighters and single-seat fighters. Likely.
Bang YA Head said, I was AFK making coffee and had to LOL when I heard feature complete my ass, lols.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, so a lot of the gameplay in Squadron is probably going to be centered around single seat solo fighter combat because it's a single player game. And it's basically Wing Commander year 2025, for all intents and purposes. Like, pretty sure the plot line, I don't know. Let's just say it seems Chris really likes telling the same story and just changing up the furniture and the trips or whatever. But and I mean, one of the other content creators who accidentally spoiled himself on the plot line of the game basically said, yeah, it's not like it's going to be anything earth-shatteringly new or whatever. And to some extent, it also makes sense. I mean, buddy of mine who's a school teacher sort of talks about there's only so many stories, and a lot of them have just been retold in various formats since Greek times. So, anyway.
Admiral said, I hope Daddy makes an appearance tomorrow.
Oh, God. That was, I think, the Master Mode thing. Lorville Redux. Did they actually redo Lorville? I don't think they did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't look like Lorville now.
They redid the exterior, but not the interior.
Did they? Okay. I spend so little time at the low ports. It'd be easy for me to miss. Because I don't like the low ports. They're too inconvenient to get in and out of between atmosphere descents. I mean, hell, half the time I could never find Area 18 through the cloud layer. All right. Always a ship section, because of course they're giving out ships. Or not giving out, but releasing ships.
I'm coping now. I'll get my baby tomorrow.
Which baby is that, Griffiths? Wait, which one? So I can disappoint you. Perseus? You're not getting Perseus tomorrow. And neither am I.
I know, sad face.
I have names picked out already.
Banyahead said, one thing that needs scrapped is the permanent home spawn point, like Lorville and R18.
And I do mean that for 1.0.
Permanent home spawn point like Lorville and Area 18. Oh, for 1.0? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think they were talking about basically being able to make one of your bases possibly an origin point as well. That would be based on the ISC, I think, back in February. They might have said something
Admiral
like
said,
about
what
that.
ships do you think we'll get tomorrow?
If any.
Oh, we'll definitely get ships tomorrow.
Bang Bang Y Head said, because it's gonna get old as hell real fast if you can't change your perma spawn.
Yeah, I think there will be a way to do that, especially after 1.0. They're also talking about rentable apartments and upgrading hangars and whatnot. And actually, that's something that I'm kind of hoping for tomorrow. I think that would be a good one to throw in there. Did I put anything in there for it? Hangar upgrades are there.
Admiral said, Paladin is behind the Percy, so that's unlikely. I hope it's not the Hermes leak. Perhaps that Carrack-sized ship that's been rumored?
I don't know about a Carrack-sized ship. Some folks are talking about some mentioning game files of a cruiser-sized Van Duel ship, which might be Nyx related, but I don't think we're not getting Nyx. I think almost guaranteed we're not getting Nyx this year. We might get a preview of it over
the
Christmas.
Mauler, which is job-sized.
Mauler, yeah, that's the one. No. Is it Jav or Polaris? I've heard mixed discussions on that, but oops, that's the wrong.
Javelin sized.
All right. Let me go. I want to go quickly when I get back because I gotta go do a commercial
If
break.
we get it this year, it'll either be tomorrow or in December, both in 2 for NYX.
Is that your bet, Admiral? Is that the Mauler? Both in PTU for next. I don't. We're not getting Nyx.
No, this is for
this year.
NYX.
Yeah. Perseus was down to
I think
Lot 0 in
NYX is most
final.
likely February, March next year.
Bang Your Head said, we might get a sneak peek at the Kraken.
I mean, we might always get, yeah. I'll go more into detail on this.
Admiral said, at most for Kraken, we'll get the reconcept.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got a look at a little bit of white box work for it or something, yeah. Although, where did we say it was? Yeah, white box in September, so yeah, it's possible. But yeah, they're up there. Anyway, you have to forgive me. It is time for another intermission, so we're gonna run away and do that, and I will be right back, and I will try to answer your question.
It'll
there,
look like a
Griffiths.
box. I doubt it.
Banya had said, my coffee with coffee liqueur tastes more like coffee than coffee ever coffeed.
I know, somebody could make the mistake of thinking I like coffee.
All right, I'm back at it. Let's see here. Life in the verse. This was another set of pre-recorded talks, I think, as they still weren't doing in-person events. So some of the preview artwork for Pyro. I think, was this where they were talking about the ships needing to get bigger?
The Terrapin, the Hurricane, Valkyrie, you know, is probably more sort of, you know, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and that, you know, when we were at narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design.
They are also allegedly working on VR support. WHCH would be awesome.
Yeah, big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. Carrack.
Admiral said, I hope they give us ship silhouette video again this year.
I think they definitely will. They always do, so.
It makes it difficult.
And
or at least they have for
for
several years.
The extra small landing pads, the green size. So once you've got 3 of them, so this.
A lot of learning going on, so now it's like, okay,
this is the discussion, the Legionnaire. Discussion of the Banu Merchantman again. Now, the BMM, I think, it's been screwed a few times.
BMM.
Yeah, the problem is that the entire, I think the entire ship team that was working on this, somebody left to go get a job with another studio for a different game, and apparently he took half the ship team that was working under him with him. At least that's what I vaguely recall from the rumor mill. So it kind of, with the knockback in the experience.
Imagine they show the BMM silhouette tomorrow. It'd break the community.
Well, if they do it the way they were last year, because what they did last year is, instead of saying we're going to have this delivered in 12 months like they did in 2023, Last year they said
Bang Your Head said, Yar.
Exactly.
eBay heard that too.
they last year they said, here's what we're going to work on in the next 12 months. In addition to other things, it's among the list, right? Now, all they have to do is go in and tweak a landing gear or a decal
Admiral
on something.
said, "To start production within 12 months."
And they will have worked on it, right? It's not a lie. But, it was definitely a smarter way to not say or to not pretend like or give people something that they can scream about broken promises, blah de blah. Because apparently anytime somebody says, oh, maybe we'll do this, all of a sudden it becomes a commitment to the gods or some stupid thing like that. So sorry, sometimes my fellow Star citizens are about as irritating as
Sienna said, we made it LOL.
Okay.
Now I can hear you.
It's my average fellow Star citizen is probably less irritating to me right now than my average fellow Canadian citizen, so make of that what you will. Sienna, how are you doing? Welcome back. Please give our best to Nerio as well. She managed to drag you kicking and screaming back to the house or something?
Bang Y Head said, oh.
Sienna said, she's next to me. We're in the Uber LOL.
In the Uber? I guess you got to say hi to the Uber driver too then. I seem to recall.
Nerio managed to get a guitar pick tossed for the main singer. I'm super happy.
Oh yeah, right on.
Bang Your Head said, cheaper than a taxi.
Sienna said, 07 everyone.
All right. Okay, so they were talking about this back 4 years
Admiral
ago.
said, 12 hours, laughing face.
Yep, it's getting close.
Bang Y Head said, nice, shouldn't the singer have Trown? Phlegm?
Well, I mean, if it's a singer
Sienna
slash
said, so,
guitarist.
what's the deal? You're doing a non-stop stream until CitizenCon?
Oh, hell no, Sienna.
Bang Your Head said,
I gotta
cough,
wrap
cough,
this up in an
asterisk.
hour. Not even an hour. I got like 45 minutes left and I need to can this. Epic ecosystems. Base building tool? Oh, that's for them to build their bases.
Sienna said, BTW, I can't make it tomorrow for the stream unfortunately. For the idea of commenting talking about SC.
You can't? Well, that's a shame.
But we can always do that talk later live LOL.
Oh no, I'm talking over it live. Although I'll probably have it up on the YouTube so that I can pause it as needed while I rant. So we'll start live. It'll very quickly become not live of their live. But anyway. Sounds, systemic.
Bang Ahead said, is it going to be on Twitch as well as YouTube?
Usually, I believe yes. I think they usually stream to both.
Sienna said, yeah. I wish I could be here, but got stuff to do unfortunately. But I'll be back around 6 if you're still around.
Bang Your Head said, KK Ty, just wondering where to tune in.
Sienna said, BTW, my Discord should, if I didn't mess it up, tell people my server when you stream Purple. Like that everyone can tune it.
I finally, I hope, managed to make the streambot work, lol.
Yeah, Bang. I mean, you can watch Star Citizen on, yeah, they're, if you look at this CitizenCon bit from the RSI page, in 12 hours and 50 minutes, it will start, both on Twitch and YouTube. I'm probably going to use the YouTube one, and I'm going to stream here. I'll try to start about an hour ahead of this. So 11 o'clock PST or PDT.
Bang Ahead said, that will be 6 a.m. for me. That makes me so happy.
I'm sure it does. 6 a.m. on Saturday. Anyway. Actually, it might be Is that still Saturday? No, it'll be Sunday for you, won't it? Anyway.
Sienna said, I can be there for 45 minutes then Lolo, if it start at 11, I got my stuff at 12:30 need to leave the house around 11:45-12.
Bang Your Head said, yeah, that was 112% sarcasm.
Just 112? You sure? Not 1112? Missed a zero?
What's so bloody important, Sienna?
Lance said, 0600 on a Sunday is just as bad as a Saturday, tongue sticking out.
2914. Okay, so 2019, 6 years ago.
Sienna said, my aquarium duty stuff. I am a volunteer at an aquarium.
Was this in advance? I think this might have been in advance of Microtech actually being released. This is where they I think this was the one where they previewed the NPCs coming
Lance
off the
said,
ship.
Sienna, that sounds like a fishy excuse to me, laughing face.
Bang YA Head said, yeah, if they did it at 9 a.m. T airtime, that would be evening for me. But no, they have to do it at night, so that's 6 a.m. for me. Bloody fudge in ice wells.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Sienna said,
they are in
at
England,
Lance
after all.
2185, I swear it's not. Lol.
I don't like excuses.
Sad face.
Yeah, so this was the Carrick, and this is where they previewed the wormhole that we finally got last December. Or January this year. It's only 6 years to get Pyro, right? Oh, that was interesting. All right. The Carrick, Pisces. Started refinery ship, which is still, that was the, I think that was for the vote or something. Oh yeah, and this was the first, I'm not sure it was the first discussion of the privateer, but I think this was to do with bounty hunting. Yeah. Armor archetypes, the UI, sounds, dynamic universe. I think that was their server tech one. Oh no, this is what has become Star Sim. Did you guys ever see this presentation? Remember when it came out, I was like pretty stoked on it. Just 'cause this is like it's a little more fancy than the dynamic, discrete event simulations that I would have done in university, but same idea. And something that when they get this running in the background, and especially if they're able to hook it up to the player side
I only
as well,
need
it'd be
one
pretty
thing.
awesome.
Chris Roberts saying, Starliner coming end of the year with passenger transport and cargo, then I'll be happy LOL.
Okay, so that he might say a year after 1.0 releases. It's funny going back and reading some of this.
And then
'cause it's
annoying
like,
announcing an intermediate version of a salvage ship, something in between Vulture and Reclaimer, lol.
Fuck 1.0. Let's stay on alpha for a bit longer, lol.
God,
Remove annoying.
Planets V4 was being
Stupid
developed
fun.
back then. Oh crap. Okay. Let's stay on for a bit longer. And then annoying announcing an intermediate version of a salvage ship somewhere between a Vulture and a Reclaimer. I mean, they could have done that, but I think they decided to go with the Fortune instead, where it basically feels almost the same. They almost need to do instead a mining version of the Vulture. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. Somebody's gonna hurt me. Okay. July, June. Okay. Let's see what else we have for the Stormbreaker.
Three thing I'm doing in November. Grabbing a Perseus, buying the refinery module for my Galaxy, and maybe upgrading my Vulture to Reclaimer LOL.
Grading your Vulture to a Reclaimer? Really? Okay. I mean, fill your boots, dude. If you set up your transitions right, you might be able to get the Reclaimer for a lot less than $400.
Yeah, like that we can do crew salvaging all together. Friends are great too, lol.
Well, we'll see whether or not salvaging is worth it. The economy team is busy mucking around with things, and apparently they've made it so that the Reclaimer can't make enough money to actually turn a profit. Because the CMAT munching is only like 20% efficient or some ridiculous thing like that. Between that and reducing the prices of both that and the RMC, it's like, why would you even bother salvaging? Go get tier C rocks from them, or go mine for tier C materials with a mole or prospector. You'll make more money per hour than salvaging right now. So, like the cost for the arrow missions apparently.
So they remove the fun again? Like 99% of the time?
I think one hand wasn't talking to the other hand, and they kind of forgot how their game works, because maybe they don't play it the same way we do. So a 50,000 credit or whatever you spend on the arrow mission doesn't generate enough, or maybe it was a 10,000 credit job. Either way, the barely one SCU of anything that you get from an arrow isn't enough to actually pay for the job. I forget his name, but there was a fellow doing a YouTube video on it. He's
It's
one of
always
the regular
like
Star
that.
Citizen
They
containers.
release a new loop, need it, then you finally find the balance to have fun and make a profit, then they remove the fun.
Well, no, Sienna, see, this one, they've kind of screwed it up, because the way it actually is supposed to work is...
They did that with the bounties on Pyro and the cat. Did that with salvaging and all.
The way it works is when they have a new loop that they want you to test, then they make it more profitable than any of the other loops. So someone screwed up this time in that respect, because they made all these changes to salvage in preparation for crafting, but then they forgot to make it more profitable than anything else so that people would actually go do it and test it. And that was silly. So hopefully they will fix it so that salvaging is still the most profitable thing you can be doing on that side of things, for at least a patch or two, until they do like a mining update, especially if they're going to release a new salvage starter with it. Salvage golem counterpart, possibly. Already announced Anvil, Gray Box, Pioneer, continuing its long and extensive white box phase. All right, there's the mention of the Pioneer. So this is May.
Chatbot, stop being lazy. Read my previous text, G's.
CNN long messages don't get read. You got to keep it shortish. I understand it's good because you can test your stuff. Then don't kill the fun. Well, I mean, the fun's always killed. They go on, it's like, oh, now salvage is the
Banya
new
said,
hotness, right?
Yar, but instead of making the new thing more profitable than the old things, they nerfed the hell out of the old things so the new one looks better.
Yeah, sometimes they do, and sometimes they just make the new one, bigger, so.
Sienna said, I know, but I hate spamming short messages, lol.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like how they're doing. You see the other thing that they're doing with Wicklow, right? It's like, we're going to put all the new cool ships with upgraded versions. We'll make them available in game earlier than just putting them in the shop, but they're going to be the upgraded versions that you got to go to Wicklow. In order to get them from Wicklow, you need materials, monster mats from whatever the new hotness is, right? Yes.
Banya had said, in the same way. I prefer to chat with people who can put more than 3 words together.
You can do more than 3 words. You can see it does about 3 or 4 lines. Get beyond that, and then maybe it decides to go mute. And that's to avoid being spammed by certain bots, for example. Anyway. Closing out Invictus ships, Guardian MX, Pucks. Okay, so we weren't seeing much there. Or at least overtaken by events. Most of the ships there have been released now. Work on hacking continued.
Sienna said, I'm from the old generation, where each text costed $1. You better write everything before sending LOL.
Yeah, that's very...
Ban Y Head said, yup, for sure.
Engineering, feedback, and outstanding work. Dividing feature into smaller milestones. First cover core gameplay mechanics, such as the engineering screen, manipulation power, item states. Recent internal review provided feedback on polish that will be addressed before the feature reaches players. Diagnostic screen also received new functionality and utility. Okay. Harvestable and loot systems. So... Tech prep in July, and back in May, so they were doing milestone division in May, and by July, they said they were getting it ready for the tech demo, which still hasn't happened. MRS, Ammo Flight, Transit Rework. Coming global event, that would be the resource drive. Narrative. Separating dynamic server meshing, separating DGS summit from territory manager. Objective is base territory runtime distribution on several factors, including entity and player distribution, and overall shard occupancy. Subsequent work will remove territories from equalization altogether, allowing compute resources to be deployed exactly where they're needed. Now, this is something that I think a lot of folks, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but some folks are talking about how Star Citizen with server meshing is worrying about the money related to how many servers that they have for a given area, and that going dynamic server meshing, they'll have to have all these extra servers ready at all times, and they're going to be wasting resources or money on servers that aren't being used or whatever. The thing is that there might be a certain base level, I'm not sure how the contract is structured, of so many servers available and stuff like that, but it could be that the actual costs are more related to compute cycles. This used to be a big thing once upon a time with mainframes, in that you would only get a certain time slice of so many instructions to run your batch job before the mainframe would go and do somebody else's stuff. And so if you had a whole bunch of users using the mainframe, you only had certain slices that you'd be able to do your program. So you needed to make your programs efficient and not use extra cycles or extra instructions that weren't needed, because when you loop through it a few 100,000 times, that actually can take up your take up a significant chunk of time. Especially when the computer's only doing half a nip or something like that. So these days, I think they're starting to talk about compute. They're talking a lot about that with AI, which is why things like Midjourney and whatnot, you have so many hours of rendering time or whatever based on your plan per month, stuff like that. So this bit with dynamic server meshing isn't going to be like there's a server that needs to stay in standby at all times to jump in there, because Amazon's got ridiculous numbers of servers. So if they've set up their contracts properly or wisely, I'm guessing, there might be a certain base level service expected for whatever their base level amount is, and then the rest of it goes to compute. So that way Amazon would only charge them while a server is actually up and running, and possibly only for the part of the server that is necessary to actually run that part of the game on that server. So that they're basically back to counting instruction cycles or time slices or whatever on a server. So if they're able to spontaneously or dynamically spin down or spin up these dynamic servers in the mesh, they won't necessarily be wasting money, because this server with nobody on it doesn't need to be there and doesn't need to be using resources, and thus doesn't need to be costing CIG money. Whereas right now, I would think with the static server meshing, the 7 or so or whatever the number of servers are that are up for whatever the regions, if nobody is on a particular area that one server is covering, because there's only 20 people on the shard. There may be a couple servers where there is no one, right? They can't necessarily drop those servers off the line though. So ultimately, I think DGS is actually going to save them money rather than the static one that they have now. So anyway, end of ramble. Online services continue to work on item imprint system, including design aspects, and progress diffusion removal to lay the groundwork for social refactor. Online services also help fix various issues discovered by players, minor improvements in the mission system tools. Lay the groundwork for social refactor. All right.
Sienna said, "All right, you take care, brother. Talk you later. Going
All right.
to bed. Take care, everyone. Was
All right,
nice catching
Sienna.
up with y'all."
Have a good night.
Bang Your Head said, "Good night, mate 07.
Salamander said, good night 07.
Sienna said, "Night, mate."
Let's see. Pre-production and white box phases. Modular kit solidified. Numerous paints created for new and existing ships.
Night
for
Slamandar.
upcoming events. Third briefly shown. A recent episode of Inside Star Citizen. Progressing through concept. What did they show in concept? They did say Inside Star Citizen, right? And that would have been this is April. Yeah, I don't remember what. One of mine probably didn't have any ships on it. Oh, was that? Would that be that? That wouldn't have been the meteor, would it? Alright. Let's not worry about it. Ships are up by now anyway. Several more initiatives that are either for the next few releases, longer term, or squadron. Engineering UI screen. Catastrophic misfire can now be triggered by nearby items failing due to severe damage. Oh, that'll be fun. Oh, yeah, this was right before the wobble patch. That was so nice. It's like, if it's just supposed to be an aesthetic thing, make it like a camera shake item where you're not going to sit there and try to have to fight it all the time. And or you can turn it off for, you know, yeah, they overtuned my arse. Optimize scan wave mechanic.
Said, camera shake makes me angry.
Well, the thing is, camera shake is at least something that can be turned off in the settings. So, dev resolved several bugs, improved the stability and performance. Features improve ways for the designers to control the flow of VI ships. Okay, that's fine. Scan wave. Be as responsive as possible. Focus on overwhelming contact environment where hundreds or thousands of contacts are processed in a short period. Oh, dare to dream. Polish. Team continued polish FPS radar scanning gameplay via regular playtest. April's work included adjusting detection formula, hiding visuals, and disabling influence signature system to improve better serve intended gameplay. Collision checks, skip radar checks within the same room. Inventory location list of source and destination will no longer, refining no longer consumes the ore bag, so it can be reused. Oh, good. For cargo, items placed in the grids now take item pivot into consideration if data is available. Let us put 2 SCU containers on edge and force. Next iteration, item recovery. Continued on the back-end shop refactor that will provide the tools to start building better shopping experience. Now, let's do the player version while you're at it. Okay. All right. It's probably enough of digging through all the stuff, eh? All right, 12 and a quarter minutes. I am going to run one last set of commercials, and then I can come back and we're going to look over this spreadsheet and see what we can come up with. All right. Intermission. We'll be right back.
Or we could just play the actual game.
All right, let's see if we can make any sense of this. I'm gonna move this over. Oh, that's something different. All right, so what do we think is going to be in there? Well, one is ships. There's always ships. There's always Genesis / Star Engine. Now, the thing is, all right, what do we think we're seeing for ships? Yeah, Stinger, the beginner salvage, and the 200 referral ship, which might be the Shiv. You see the Shivs, if I understand correctly from what I think might have been mentioned by Astropub, was the Shiv and this gray market thing. There's a thing in Squadron with shipjackers that basically do chop shop work on ships and kit bash spaceships together. Something like that into a referral bonus actually might make a lot of sense. So I'm thinking these three might all be related. So I'm going to put that in yellow. As I think the Stinger is in final art to be released at CitizenCon. Now, maybe less certain, and that they might slide in the Hermes there, but yeah, I think it'd probably be the Stinger. And the Shiv and whatever this beginner salvage thing is. And I think the 200 referral might be the Shiv. So I'm going to put those in another color. Now, oops. I think Paladin. Guess the Paladin could be the alternate release to the Stinger. So that's kind of iffy. Yeah, these ones are nowhere close. Perseus, pretty sure that's going to be IAE. DefenseCon IAE next year for the Kraken. Pioneer, White Box in May. It's going to be with base building. I would be surprised if we see that before 2028. Just because base building has to be in there, and it also wasn't going to be for base building. Like, base building was planned to be released before the Pioneer would be done. The Pioneer needs base building, it needs crafting, it needs the ground mining, you know, it needs a lot of stuff. So, Flappy Bird, who the hell knows? If they're able to jam it in there. The thing is, we usually end up with about 4 to 5 ships during IAE. And I mean, they don't necessarily have to tell us about all the things that they're working on. Because it takes 12 to 18 months, I think, to build a ship. Almost invariably. Big, smaller, and in between. That would also make the Hull B targeted for IAE next year. It's only in white box now. Okay, so Stinger, Shiv, and this beginner salvage. Stinger, RSI salvage, Shiv. Okay. They've talked about Levski and Delamar and Nyx. And older players are familiar with it. I'm not... So here's the thing. I don't know how much they're necessarily going to go into stuff that they can cover in an ISC next month or in the upcoming weeks or during there will probably be many discussions about various things over IAE about upcoming features for January. I almost think it would be funny if they ignored Nyx altogether. And with the Genesis and Star Engine stuff, they went straight to Castra in terms of what they're actually going to be working on. Because it might be that Nyx is so close to release, they don't want to spoil it. I think it would be hilarious if they glossed over the engineering. We know it's coming. Fire. Possibly a lot of crafting, inventory. Like, a bunch of this stuff it's either been covered earlier in the year or it was all high profile stuff at the last couple of ISCs. So they might update or preview some of it. Wouldn't put it past them, but personally, I'm hoping they don't necessarily spend a whole lot of time on it. I think Vulcan, that kind of goes with the Star Engine stuff, I guess. But so they update on it, but the problem is it's hard to say much about it other than it makes everything else possible. And it might be what's holding up everything. So once you get Vulcan, you then get engineering. charge drain, life support, like all this stuff is based in the engineering side. So yeah. Economy. I mean, it'd be interesting if we got another. Like, where are they with fixing StarSim? Because they haven't said much about that since the year after the quantum system stuff was introduced. Crafting seems like it's close to release, so yeah, in August prototype. There's some stuff that they really haven't talked about a whole lot. Flight model, this is in closed testing. I doubt they will show much about that. It would seem really odd to me, other than maybe they thought that they'd be close. And dear God, let's hope they don't return freaking hover mode into things. Social apps. They could talk about that one, I guess. So it looks like there is work starting on it. Command module, that would be a really good one to throw in there because it will open the door for a bunch of things. Not just the ironclads and the cat. Crucible. Transport refactor. Ownership of all the things. That could be an interesting one to talk about. Okay. So, if Nyx is coming either January or early in the new year, I'm not sure how much they'll necessarily concentrate on it as much as wet or whistle for Castra. I was initially thinking it'd be funny if they just ignored Nyx altogether, and just went to Castra, especially, and I think they're going to. It would make sense for them to do that while they're talking about Genesis, Planet V5, and the Star Engine stuff, to work on discussing Castra, or maybe even preview Terra. Terra would be the bonus, because and knowing it's Terra, that would be pretty good. Vulcan getting in the way of inventory okay, the inventory rework, we've seen some of that. It seems like it might be good to go pretty quick. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw inventory rework, basically engineering, crafting, well, not crafting, but let's say second quarter next year, somewhere in there. So do they have it to show off, or do they go to, say, Q2? Do crafting. I mean, they could get that into Q1. No, Q2. Engineering and fire into Q1. Inventory rework to go with crafting. Scanning. These may be optimistic, and it might be what they actually suggest that they're doing. Is basically if they can get Vulcan in by not the end of the year, but early, or basically Q1 next year. Vulcan for Q1. And at least one of the systems. And it depends on what if they go back to like quarterly, then whatever. I'm just thinking that they'll probably set up, if they've done the year playability this year to do a lot of the tech debt and the bug fixing, and they have a stable platform to go forward on now. And especially because the feature development's been conducted through this entire year while they've been fixing everything up. It could be a very feature-rich 2026, and we might be surprised how quickly these things come out. If they've done basically almost a year, half a year to a year of progress on all of these before the baseline part of the engine has even been put out to us, they might be able to push these out faster than we're going to be able to hang on to them. Now, I don't know they're going to talk about this because they seem to have crafting or player-to-player trading intended to be behind, or at least according to the ISC from February. They have the player-to-player trading hidden behind base building. And for that, that's a big WTF for me, because player-to-player trading, they have the kiosks now. Item transfer now. We buy stuff from the shops all the time. One of the problems with Wicklow is everything's missioned and freight elevator based. Like, how about a kiosk? And there should be an eBay of SE, which Jared could call Starbase. Nah, did he talk about that with Francois? I don't remember. Remember him giving him a hard time about all the star stuff going. But here's the thing for the economy team. We should have player-to-player trading now. I mean, the third-party sites are making that available regardless, but it's a pain in the arse. And the MoTrader app allows us to push money around. And it might be hidden behind some of the stuff with the ownership, and Francois talked about the databases that hold on to the persistence items, or at least the entitlement records of what basically carries over from patch to patch. Doing changes of ownership within that database through a kiosk and an eBay thing that they're going to set up eventually anyway. Why not set it up now? You can get all the back-end hooks and everything set up for either a MobiGlass app and or space station kiosks, and Lord knows there's enough room around there to drop a couple kiosks in. That the player-to-player trading could be set up. Marginal cost for shipping. Let it be instantaneous or whatever, because really, who cares? Who cares? There's only so much the realism needs to go. I mean, everything, you can transport everything from one side of the two systems to the other in 10 minutes anyway. It's one of those things, you know, they're finally figuring out some things need to be rolled back from the full physicalization and whatever, like paints. So it makes sense to roll that bit back as well. So don't mind a little bit of shipping costs added onto the cost, but whatever. So yeah, some discussion about that, because this and crafting, like, it makes more sense to talk about player-to-player trading in advance of crafting. We already have demands for all the monster mats and stuff like that anyway. Just with the presence of Wicklow, so getting that set up now, because the same thing could be leveraged in order to do, say, script to favor conversions at Wicklow. I mean, a lot of this stuff is done in the inventory system between credits and whatnot. If it was all properly designed, I fail to see how those database transits would be overly difficult to implement, such that why wait until after crafting and base building and the problem with base building, like, base building's can be a huge thing, right? It's one thing to be dropping the modules on everywhere, but the ownership and the shielding and, yada yada yada, it's gonna be a pain in the butt. So crafting Q2, yeah, they could talk about that. And here's where it goes into the hangar upgrades. Hangar crafting, mobile unit, and or possibly ship craft stations. A lot of the big, we have the crafting kiosk built into the box manufacturer on the Reclaimer and the Vulture. I don't know if there's one on the Fortune. Fortune. To my mind, there should be craft stations retrofitted and or craft spaces retrofitted into any of the larger semi-large ship. Anything with a hangar should be able to build or probably craft replacement parts, if not full-on components for the ships that it's taking, right? And if they're not going to retrofit the ship, I would imagine folks are just going to put the little mobile crafting carts into their cargo bays anyway to get the same effect. There's, especially with, the Idris and whatnot, the flats are more than big enough to stick a station in there, without necessarily having to do a whole room remodel. Or even a corner of the hangar kind of makes sense. It'll be a discussions going forward. Blueprints, they've talked about that. They haven't shown they haven't shown off much with it, so I could see them talking about that. Social ops, in terms of work in the next 12 months, they could definitely talk about that, but I'm thinking that's like a Q4 thing. Command modules, if they want it ready for Invictus, it's got to be in Q2. Ownership, that's going to be important to crafting and stuff like that. They might need it beforehand. So here's the thing with the ownership. You should be able to transfer titles for your entitlements, either items or ships or whatever, right? So folks that have like 3 Gaddock Sulians from the friggin' executive hangars, being able to transfer titles of those entitlements from the entitlements database over to a new owner through the Star Bay would definitely...
Yeah, I'm hoping that. Work in the next 12 months. Includes the release of Squadron 42.
Well, not necessarily theoretic. I mean, we're theoretically looking October. Yeah, Squadron, I figure, is going to be released either IAE next year or in December. I suppose they could do it for the anniversary at CitizenCon next year. That gives them most of the year, and it would give them at least, that would be 2.5 months. Well, 2 months. 8 weeks of time to...
Submission before Christmas 2026.
Yeah, definitely before Christmas. But I'm just thinking in terms of time to work out the bugs without... or time to work out the bugs before they all go on Christmas break. Because, I mean, if it's less broken than a Bethesda game on release, they're already a step ahead. And then if they actually fix it in the, or at least the major game breaking things before Christmas break, then they're golden. Right? But they said they weren't going to talk about Squadron 42, and even though 75% of the company, I figure, is still, about that, is probably working on the Squadron side until the 11th hour. There's still an amount of stuff that's going to get over to the PU. So, now, so if they talk about Nyx, they might announce it of
Yep, I
when
get it
they're
that way they
intending to
can't
push it
open
to
mouth.
us.
Insert foot when it comes to SQ42.
They don't like doing that usually. If it's more than a quarter out, then they might shy away from it. But I'm thinking next, basically, possibly as soon as the January patch. If they push it, it will be probably left to quarter 4 for... it just doesn't make sense. So here's what I think we're liable to get. Some discussion of Nyx, yes. Definitely ships, definitely Star Engine. They might gloss over sort of where they are with some of this. I think hacking, and especially, oh man, we might be getting hacking even sooner. Or not, sorry, not hacking. Data running. I'm not sure we need Vulkan for data running.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be something like NYX in March 2026.
If we got data running in Q1,
Admiral said,
or even
I
sooner.
highly doubt Nyx will be in live servers this year.
No, not this
CIG
year.
likely doesn't want to risk the NOB sale patch, and leading a big new shiny thing for Christmas break doesn't sound all too smart.
Could we get data running for 4.3? Well, so I'm not sure if after this they're going to go to 4.4 for Christmas, or if they're going to go and wait.
Banya had said, the sooner the better, obviously, but releasing Nyx will be a huge step in making the community happy.
Oh, well, yes and yes. I mean, you're both correct. It's just that, they should know better than to try and release something big in November, December. November is going to be full of bug fixing all the ships that they release. December, the Christmas patch, hopefully they release it early in December, and they either don't add a whole lot to it or only enough that they can fix the major things within the first couple weeks. The B-roll has already been done and is releasing with this PTU and the Frontier Fighters at the same time.
RGR, which is why I don't expect Nyx this year, but an announcement tomorrow would be good.
An announcement probably, or at the very least, soon, TM. But I'm kind of thinking, and this is why I'm looking at some of this stuff. So, like I said, it'd be funny if they just ignored Nyx altogether. But given that there's going to be a bunch of stuff with Nyx, it makes sense for them to at least discuss it. I think, like I said, for the Genesis Star Engine piece, I think
And
they
5 or
might
6
show more
months to
about
actually get it done
Castro.
is not unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, Bang, is they might have already had the 5 to 6 months. That they might be just tiddling up the bow on a couple things.
Admiral said, "What about Castra?"
Castra, like I was saying, I would.
Bang Your Head said, "True, not disputing that, just saying it."
I think Vulcan they set up for basically January because again they don't want to put. I don't think they want to put Vulcan into the game. I mean, it'd be a huge thing if they did. But if they're not setting it up for this patch, I don't think they're going to have time in November to, like, Vulcan's touches everything. So I could see them waiting for that, for the new year for that. In which case that might also push Nyx back past Q1 and into Q2 or to the end of the year. Maybe. Except Shiv. So unless they do the Paladin instead of the no, they were gonna announce. They're gonna announce the 200 referral ship at CitizenCon tomorrow. Okay.
They have a thing about new stuff in like the May patch every year, around the time of Invictus. Admiral said, could the Stinger be the 200 referral ship?
New thing is stuff in the May patch every year. They
Bang Your Head said, could be, but that's a hard guess.
Yeah, no, I don't. I initially thought the Stinger might be the referral ship, but then when I looked at, and that's because both the old and the new referral ladders had alien ships on them, or the Vandal ships. And so initially that's what I was thinking when people started talking about the Stinger. But here's the problem. That's 200 for the unannounced vehicle, right? There's the 500, the captured
In order for me
Vandal
to get a
Scythe.
free ship, I think I'd have to make a new account and use myself as a referral.
You gotta do a lot more than one. I think you don't get anything ship-like until referral 4 with this ladder. There's the Murai Pulse. So, the captured Vandal Scythe.
You do. At Rough Feral 1, they changed it at Invictues this year.
No, they wouldn't have changed that part. They would have had at Invictus. There was and they do this from time to time. They'll have a temporary referral bonus for short periods. So at Invictus, I think, wasn't it the Pulse or something? That would have been there. But the main ladder is just this armor set.
X51? which is half the value of a new starter pack, and thus self-defeating.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it's automatic LTI. But you can never melt it, even if you upgrade it. So, and I'm not sure if you can upgrade it. Anyway, the Stinger is supposed to be the heavy fighter, right? So it's going to be far more dangerous than the Scythe, and that's at 500 recruits. So there's no way that a Vandal heavy goes in here ahead of the Scythe.
eBay never melted anything and only upgraded once.
Yeah. So that's why I don't think that's why I changed my prediction going into this. I was thinking, and that's why I'm kind of glad I kind of went through this live.
Admiral said,
much as nobody
perhaps
should hang around for
AF7.
4.5 hours. Perhaps a F7.
Wait,
No, too
that
easy.
wouldn't make sense.
No. Okay, so let me go through this here. Nyx is coming soon, TM. Whether it's Q1 or Q4, who knows? But they were doing voice work. The reason I think it's coming
yeah, I want
early,
an F7 AMK2, but to get there I have to buy the F7 CMK2.
Can you get the 7A? Do you have? Wasn't that one of those ones you needed the magic ticket for?
Admiral said, could the ship be the Shiv for the 200 reward?
Yeah, Admiral's got it. That's definitely what I'm thinking. And that's also why I think the Shiv is coming at CitizenCon and is going to be the 200.
Bang Y Head said, you said you can buy all the ships during the next Thingo.
They're almost. There are a few singular exceptions. For example, you can buy the F8C, but only if you've had a golden ticket in the past that
LOL,
allows
my
you
luck.
to buy the F8C. So even at events
Admiral
like this,
said, you were able to get the F7A2 Malawian Quachas for doing an event.
yeah, can't buy the Scythe.
You can't
yet.
buy the Scythe.
Correct.
Bangerhead said, which counts me out.
Yeah, it's now isn't the F7A available as a hanger? Isn't that one of the Piam hanger things now? Or is that no? That's still an F7C, isn't it? I should know. I think I have one. Anyway. Oh, or is it available at Wicklow?
Admiral said, yes. It's an A.
It is an A? Well, there you go. Still earnable in game. Which is better. Okay. I'm getting sidelined here. So there's a bunch of stuff indicating that Nyx is coming soon, TM. And when last we saw our hero Jax at IAE 2022, he was spinning out of control in a Corsair somewhere in the Pyro system. So, but they had the voice actor for
Bangerhead said, yes, the F7A is
Okay.
exec.
So they had the voice actor on
Admiral said, I want Jack's videos this year.
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing some of that and leaving it out of the reason that Jax didn't show up for the last couple of years, according to Jared, was the character rigging team that would basically do those videos were heads down, arse up, working on Squadron. And so they didn't have the capacity to deal with that. Now this year, they didn't do a full ISC demo, sorry, CitizenCon. They're not doing a full in-person event, which takes ridiculous amount of resources away from the crew. And Hopefully, if they're just doing polish, there's some extra capacity to actually do the Jax videos. So, cross your fingers for Jax. Cross your fingers for Jax taking up the next part of the IAE Expo coming out of Nyx. And introducing this new ship
I still
manufacturer.
think the IE 2949 were his best videos.
Yeah, they probably were. So but they've gone to a more narrative focus, right? So they don't necessarily need to show off a whole lot of pyro, but they could end up making the transition to Nyx. Now, there's a couple of reasons for this. One, the Real B regen crisis stuff is more or less wrapped up with the ASD facilities. Now, I haven't gotten into them or dealt with the worm stuff yet, and they may or may not. I'm not sure what the lore is pointing to. I will not be surprised if the good doctor who is responsible for all the nonsense takes the regen crisis or whatever the next step of it is to the Nyx system for sort of the next year of narrative. That's another good reason to get Nyx into the system sooner rather than later. They're talking about a new hostile faction, the Blades. Now, the Blades, I think, if I recall correctly, they would be the ones doing a lot of shipjackings and stuff like that. They're also maybe related to a squadron.
I want to be part of the Shattered Blade. Sad face.
Yeah, they might be related to the shipjackers that you see in Squadron. Squadron has these ships that are kind of kit bashed together. This gray market thing that they've seen for the new ship seller that they've alluded to would make, because the the shipjackers stuff is, I think, based in Nyx. So again, it all signs pointing to Nyx. A new hostile faction that is shipjacking. They would probably be ones flying.
I've had
blades.
that thought too.
They would be manufactured by this gray market ship seller. It would make sense if they bring back Levski, that ship seller is one of the primary ship sellers running out of Teach's ship shop in Levski. Now, the other thing about the blades... Oh, no. I might be getting some of the stuff confused. The Blades aren't shipjackers, but they are Nyx-based, and they're the ones that run Vandul stuff. Grey Market Teaches and Nyx-based stuff for stuff related to Squadron would still all tie in. And so the Shiv would not be the first Squadron 42 ship to make it onto the referral ladder, as we've seen previously. Idris, Javelin, Gladius, anything Vandul. Okay, sorry, my apologies. Let's back up. Squadron 42 ship, the Shiv, coming with the Grey Market, which is Nyx-based, could be sold at Teach's shop on a renovated Levski on Delmar, and also a good candidate for the referral ladder. Hostile faction, the Blades, uses Vandul technology. Where did they talk about that?
It's all been leaks.
Is it? Oh, is that leaks? That's right. They keep saying a hostile faction, don't they? Is it leaks or data mines?
I don't believe CIG has actually said anything about the Blades.
Fair.
Both.
I mean, data mines is all fair, right? So, and I sometimes wonder if they don't throw things like that in there on purpose just to let the community spin just for fun. It would not surprise me. Okay. So blades use Vandal technology. Now, here's the brilliant part of Nick's.
Banya had said, they might say something tomorrow. We just have to wait until 6 Fukin AM to find out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I'm going over this now, because I want to have my predictions on record. And because then at the end of all that, we're going to go through this and sort of see what, if anything, I was right about. So, hostile faction, whatever blades, stolen Vandal technology. I'll
RGR, laughing face.
Tech. Basically, these are false flag ops or raids. Now, why is this important? No spoilers for Squadron 42. Now, this is another place where I think they've painted themselves into a corner. The Asperia Vandal ships need to be viable combat ships for PvPers. Because otherwise, why would you pay ridiculous amounts of money for alien tax for these stupid things? Or they be so limited. However, in Squadron, the Scythe is probably your... Is it the Scythe or the... whatever? All the Vandal fighters that we've had up to this pace, or up to this point, as we saw in the
Admiral said, I'm sure they want to balance the Vandal and use us as test dummies, like usual.
No, the thing is that the Vandal are mostly still your starter trash mobs, right? They're easy enough to kill solo. The reason that they tend to win is through numbers and mass, right? So
Banya had said, you paid for the honor of being a test dummy.
Right? So I think the Asperia versions are going to be... It allows them to be superior enough to run PvP combat. It would also allow them to run as possibly harder to kill NPCs than what we could expect to see in Squadron. But it allows them to put Vandal raids and events involving this into the Nyx system ahead of Squadron's release. So they don't need to wait till... they could give us Nyx and kind of like the solar flares on Pyro. It's like say, oh, well, the Vandal aren't doing anything this season. And then wait until Squadron activates or until Squadron 42 is released in order to activate the raid whatever mission type in for the Vandal. What makes more sense to me is you have this new hostile faction that you can now base your missions around for these false flag raids that still use Vandal type equipment that is at the challenge parity or whatever for what players would be expecting out of Star Citizen. But it's not technically a spoiler for Squadron. Because it's this hostile faction actually doing the work. They can get the mission givers or events out to Nyx, where basically they could carry on probably either the ASD storyline or something resembling it, or whatever the next step for Dr. What's-His-Nuts.
Admiral said, if the Vandal are the trash AI, I'm scared who the big bad is. LUL.
Well, yeah, especially if there's something behind the Vandal that's pushing them towards the UE. Yeah. So anyway, that's why I figure Nick's coming sooner rather than later.
Bang your head
Probably
said,
in the new
bring
year.
back the Kilrathi for SQ42, laughing face.
They can't do that unless who is it? EA owns the rights for Wing Commander, so. Okay. So we're going to hear about Nyx. There's always something about ships and star systems that's pretty much given. I don't think there's a lot of point in talking about the inventory rework. Like I said, they might gloss over some of this stuff.
That would be 2 Red Dwarf, and I would get told to smeg off.
Now they might mention. It'd be interesting if they mentioned data running, but I would see that as a feature that they might throw in. Actually, that's one thing that they might be able to throw in before the end of the year. We've seen. I guess there's been stealth updates to the Herald, and they're talking about this RSI Apollo, or sorry, a variant to a popular. It's definitely an Apollo variant. Or at least basically putting 2 of the monthly reports together, it definitely seems like the Apollo variant. So that would be our suspected Hermes. Do they announce it tomorrow? Is there space for it? Probably not. Hermes makes sense for an IE release. And if they sneak in data running under the wire for, say, 4.3.5 or 4, if they did it with
Admiral
4,
said, I'm kinda confused why a basic data running system would be difficult to implement. You could just have missions that have you sit outside a place, have your escorts fight off other ships, leave, and deliver the data.
Yeah, more or less. I don't think it's a matter of it being difficult to implement in terms of the data running itself. It's just something that involves basically, it'd be similar to the med gel on the bays. You need little chips that you can stick in and little chips that you can take out. Now, the question is, are they going to insist on doing data running in conjunction with hacking? Right? They don't like putting in ships without any gameplay. So even if hacking waited until second quarter,
Probably.
I could see them doing data
Bang
running
your head
early.
said, completely off topic. Do you have /play X4 Foundations?
I haven't played it yet, Bang. If they do data running for 4.3.4, it could coincide with the patch
Admiral
that they
said, love that game.
It could make whatever the Hermes is make a little more sense. Or the
Bang your head said, next time it's on sale, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, like I said, I have it. I just haven't played it yet. All right. I talked about why player-to-player trading should come out earlier, and hopefully they figured out to move it up because, man, is this ever needed. Now, the other thing that they haven't talked about in ages, and I'd love to see, would be the hangar
Derp didn't catch that
upgrades.
part. Tongue sticking out.
So the whole thing with hangar upgrades, we already have the instancing for hangars. It can enable crafting. They can enable maglocks, which they were talking about doing later for the base building shops.
Hangar upgrades equals elevators working.
Yeah, well, and the elevators are working a lot better now because of the resource drive debugging. So, and then the blueprints, they were having some, they had some discussion, or they were obviously already working on, right? Let's see. With resources and engineering, here's another thing that they could talk about is ship
True.
to ship.
I might be beating a dead horse, but it's a dead horse worth beating.
Resupply. We already have refueling. They've been adding in the little ports or whatnot. But basically, with the command module and stuff, the ship-to-ship resupply starts becoming more possible. What do we think?
Admiral said, "My question to CIG. Why are you releasing 2 gunboats at the same time, LUL?"
2 at the same time?
Bang Ahead said, to compete with one another.
Admiral said, Paladin and Perseus.
2 completely different gunboats. And Anvil, yeah. Yeah, they are different gunboats though. And I mean, I could be off with the discussion here. It didn't sound like from the reports that the Paladin was quite ready. Because it was still at
Bang
log 0.
Head said, so as a customer you have more than one option.
Admiral said, that's bad for CIG. They want people to buy both.
People will buy both. People have already bought both. There's tons of people with both in their hangar, because neither one of them, like the Perseus was concepted
Bang Ahead said,
3 or 4 years
nothing
ago.
is stopping you from buying both.
Exactly.
Admiral said, meanwhile me with 2 Perseus.
Percy was IAE 2020.
Bang Your Head said, LOL 2 right mate.
Yeah. I did not grab that at the time, but I have since. Or at least there's a chain waiting for completion once the Perseus drops. Anyway. Have I covered everything? Dear God, I am way later than I planned to be. This is not going to be in any way coherent to go into any... I was hoping that I could splice a couple shorts out of this and throw them out there, but apparently not. All right. So ships, there's my bets. Yeah, I think I've gone over this a few times, so.
Admiral said, are you going to set your home at Levski when Nyx drops, or you staying in Stanton or Pyro?
Bang Your Head said, start over just to make sure you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I know. Real Fukin funny bang.
All right, I got a few minutes to do this. I am gonna put you guys on mute though, just because otherwise I'll get distracted. So, all right, I might have to go back and because I think the discussion about the hostile factions made sense, but okay. I don't think they're necessarily going to talk about a whole lot of stuff that's going on in the next 2 months. They're in the midst of testing their flight model, so they might touch on it, but I'm not sure they're going to necessarily go into it in depth. I mean, we've seen it before. It's a flight model, whatever. Control surfaces, yeah, they flap, whatever. I don't think they got to spend a whole lot of time on that. So let's add that to the gloss over category, flight model. They always talk about ships. Stinger because Vandul and Nyx and data mines. RSI Salvager because suspicions, and they need some sort of early-ish or starter ship, LTI token, whatever. And then there's going to be the mid-range, which is probably this Shiv thing. And I think the Shiv, because it's probably related to Squadron 42, is going to be your 200 referral bonus. Because there's apparently something to do with shipjackers and kit bash ships in Squadron. So those are probably the three that we're going to see tomorrow. Genesis Star Engine, they always talk about Star Engine and look at pretty planets and stuff like that. I'm kind of hoping that they talk about Vulcan, so I guess I'll make that green. But mostly in terms, I don't necessarily need to know a whole lot about it, but a quick thing about basically how it enables all this other stuff, or it's waiting for it. And basically when they're hoping to throw that in there. I mean, we've already seen it in certain preview builds, not preview builds. It's been making its way in to the code base. It's just that they want to, I think, do a hard cutover from the sounds of it before they can necessarily do all the other stuff that depends on it. Castra is dependent on version 5 of the Planetech / Genesis stuff, so I could see them, if they're going to preview Planetech V5, I could see them using either Castra to do it and or Terra. Terra would be a bonus. But in terms of what they're working in the next 12 months, I would expect the bulk of the, well, actually, both of these systems are going to need one Planetech V5 and time to build. But okay, Vulcan enables the inventory rework, scanning, FPS scanning, and hacking gameplay. I don't know they're going to necessarily touch on most of these very much, unless they've got something they're really excited to show off on scanning. But scanning might be so close that they leave it until IAE or resumption of the ISCs. Hacking, on the other hand, hasn't been talked about in forever, but it has been mentioned in the monthly reports. So an update to that, in that it probably is going to need to wait for Vulcan, which pushes it to probably at least second quarter next year, if not later. But the data running, you can see them throwing that in quicker in order if this unannounced Apollo variant, possibly Hermes, is going to be released at IAE, then it would make sense to try and time at least the data running gameplay into the IAE so that they don't end, so that upset Apollo owners don't have to suffer the way Drake Herald and MSR owners have for having years of waiting for their, probably not as much as the Reclaimer did, but probably only just barely. Actually, is the Herald beating them out? I don't know. I'm kind of hoping they gloss over the flight model. Like, updates on all this be fine, but like, hopefully they're not spending a lot of time on it. It's only a 2-hour thing. Flight model, engineering, fire, like we've seen crafting, inventory. We've seen all this stuff already. I don't think they need to spend a whole lot of time on it. Crafting is, of course, something that they're still going to be talking about in the next 12 months. So if they update it all, I'm thinking the hangar crafting, which leads into the hangar upgrades, and or the mobile unit, and the crafting ship crafting stations, which I'm thinking need to be retrofitted into a lot of ships, especially anything that supports a subcraft of some sort. And any large ship running multi-core gameplay should be able to probably print at the very least its own fuses and some other items. I'm hoping that they talk about hangar upgrades because they haven't talked about it forever. We already have instance hangars. It would also enable a first level of crafting, and hopefully they could work on their mag locks as well. With that, or even in advance of crafting, especially if it gets delayed, I really kind of hoping that they work on this player-to-player trading stuff. There's no reason to think that they're going to mention this. In fact, as of February, it didn't seem like they were paying that much attention to it at all. But, because they were setting up as being dependent on base building. The thing is, you got the kiosk now, the item transferability now, you have the Wicklow systems in place. You don't have to put everything on freaking freight elevator. There should be ways of transiting it in and out of the inventories automatically and adjusting the ownership records on the entitlement databases that that they were talking about with Benoit last month. And they could get the eBay of Star Citizen into the game and make that whole piece a lot easier. Blueprints. They're talking about blueprint stuff being ready. I could see them showing that off because we have not seen a whole lot of how blueprints are going to work. So hopefully they have some early prototype work on that. They could kind of update social apps, but it's a kind of a gloss over thing, right? They talked about what they want to do it at CitizenCon last year. So it doesn't make sense to necessarily harp on it a whole lot. Let's go stick that up in the gloss over category. Command module. You could call it Starbay. All right. Command module. Figure second quarter but they'll need it in advance of the Ironclads. Well, not necessarily, but it would be good. I think that's what they're aiming for. And actually, that also puts Ironclad also puts a crafting dependency possibly on it because the Assault, I believe, has crafting bay stuff to support its load. Okay. Ship to ship resupply command module. Okay. All right. I am out of time. I need to run an intermission. I tried to extend it. I'll come back and we'll wrap this up, and then I'm going to get to your chat and actually see what's going on. I'll put your voice back here for a second. Be right back.
Banya had said, RGR. Wee wee poo poo.
All right, we're back. All right, where were we? Command module, quarter 2, ironclad, support. It also means engineering / crafting. Want to be in before that. 'Cause I think they're going to want to have the ironclads done by CitizenCon / Invictus. Ship-to-ship resupply. The resource system, whatever they're doing with the command module, will probably assist in sorting out the resupply system. They already have the refueling from, say, or for the Starfarer. Now, is it still broken or not, or working or not? I don't know. So I don't have a Starfarer. Even without the drones, though, because they're obviously not too fussed about drones. Might be something that they might find interesting to throw on there.
Admiral said,
Drones.
I have 4.2k channel points LUL.
Congratulations. Wait, I was going to meet you guys. Hold on. Actually, let's put that on something different. All right, the ownership stuff actually probably belongs with player-to-player trading. That should allow kiosk transfer of entitlements. Thanks for ships. That'll probably also be related to item imprinting, but so yeah, if especially if they touch on this player-to-player trading, hopefully they talk about this ownership piece as well. Sorry, ship-to-ship resupply. So all the ships are getting the little fueling nozzles put in them. So ship-to-ship resupply would be one of those things that fuel hoses, FE or freight elevator, and ship movable. Basically oil drums, or the SC equivalent of oil drums. A lot of airports in remote areas have they just drop off the big 55-gallon oil drums, the big metal ones, and pilots have to carry their own fuel pump and hose to basically dip into that in order to pump gas into their aircraft when they're refueling at these remote sites, because there's no services there to come and pump gas for you. What does this also enables? Not only, well, let's say ship hangar ops, which is useful for the Idris and whatnot, but it also would pave the way for things like the Crucible. Between the command module and ship-to-ship repair and resupply, the Crucible becomes a viable candidate for possibly 2027. All right. Would be really funny to talk about the drones preview if they have it. Like if they did anything for base building, you know, throwing the drones around. Because watching them move might actually be useful. I think the base building team was talking about that last February. So, all right. Things about next. Let's actually turn next screen. Pretty sure they'll be talking about next. They're doing voice lines, everything like that. They got the new ship seller. We already talked about the Shiv. Comes from the gray market, based in Nyx. Would see possibly Teaches as like one of their main outlets or whatever. So it could definitely, if they're going to announce the Shiv, it makes sense to talk about the gray market and Teaches and going back to Levski, especially in advance of a very quick release. Or an impending release, however you want to talk it, or even an impending preview, whatever. The hostile faction, suspected named Blades, using Vandal tech, doing false flag raids. This would allow mission content probably for an A-roll conflict. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if the Freedom Fighters, when they're pushed back at the end of this next event, ends up pushing that conflict back into Nyx somehow, or the conflict simply, or it's a new conflict that picks up on that side. It allows the Vandal type ships and updates of the Asperia versions driven by NPCs to be put into false flag rates as a mission type. Into the next system, which might not significantly differ from that much from after Squadron, but without spoiling Squadron. Because after Squadron, they can put in, say, Squadron tissue paper Vandal and just lots of them or something. So yeah, that's... So again, if they want to talk about next, it might make sense to introduce this new faction earlier rather than later. Because between that and the possibility of pushing the ASD and regen crisis to the next system for the next phase, assuming the Doctor escaped. I don't know what the lore team has already set up for that because I haven't done the ASD facilities, but it would be interesting to see that get pushed out to the next system if they're going to carry on with that set of activities or whatever. Certainly gives them an opening for it. What else? Is that it? Instancing. That's something okay. Dynamic server meshing / instancing. Except, is it really early in the process? Let me check here. Initial recce estimates, DSM making steady progress. Yeah, no. Well, they said it's stuff that they're working on. So yeah, I think they will be working on instancing. I just don't think they're gonna. You can see that being like a Q4 thing. It's one of those things that will take longer than any of us want or they expect. But not as long as you might think otherwise. So now, can they do that in 2 hours? I think so. The hangar upgrades, player-to-player, blueprints, like all this crafting stuff would all be in one segment. This stuff might be in terms of the command module, ship-to-ship resupply, and anything to do with drones. It'll all be in the ship talk, especially for any upcoming. Especially if they announce more than the ones... They can announce a ship without actually pre-sailing. It is possible. I think they are capable of it. They might have done it at least once. So... yeah, okay. That's gonna be the predictions for tomorrow. We'll see how close we are in the morning. All right, I'll give you guys your voices back. And then I gotta catch up with what it is you've been blabbering about this entire time. While we're at it, we'll... never mind. Never seeded a UAP that needed control surface. Spare rooms built onto hangars like medrooms, which at the moment does nothing. No, actually, the medroom does do something in the hangar. If there's an elevator at the end of it that you can put a player into, and that's unconscious, and then fire them up to. It basically fires them up to the hospital, wherever the hangar is. Do we really need 2 freight elevators? Make one in the crafting room with the bench. Well, I think one they're talking about customization, so I might be able to put and yes, you do need 2 freight elevators because some people don't know how to park, and some ships like the Hercs have front and rear loading doors. The placement of the hangars isn't that bad. There are extra bays available for other stuff. So a crafting room wouldn't be a problem. The other question will be whether or not they keep the freight elevators as also vehicle elevators, or if they make a vehicle elevator distinct and different from the freight elevator. Given their Atlas tests, I'm thinking they might be trying to combine them, which probably is a better choice, all in all. Because if they try to make a vehicle elevator separately, people are going to try and throw cargo on it, and we're right back to invisible med pen screwing up your ability to call your vehicles up. Anyway. eBay, where you buy, sell military grade weaponry and classified tech. Hey, why not? I mean, I remember, I don't think it was on eBay, but would have been one of the, if it wasn't eBay, it was a predecessor to it. I think it was Russian Kilo class submarine. No, was it Kilos? Anyway, there's basically Russian submarines going for $1.5 million back in the 90s. Early 2000s. Admiral has an ironclad. Good. Can't wait, but more excited for your Perseus. I can see that. Yeah. I mean the Perseus, if they actually bring this smaller thing or whatever, or some proxy, like blade driven false flag hostile faction equivalent, to basically do a Hunt the Polaris version in Nyx. Actually, any of the Hunt the Polaris versions after Perseus releases are going to be rather interesting. The only trick being is that it's one ship carrying 4 times the firepower. Actually, 8 to 12 times the firepower of a single ion. So Yeah, channel points. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course they mean nothing to you. They barely mean anything to me. I have no idea what to do with the channel points because most folks use them to refund stuff to do dancing monkey things, and I don't like doing dancing monkey things, so I don't have a way for anybody to redeem them very well. All right. I think that's it for me. I'm going to shut it down there. Actually, what I might do is I'll just leave my entire rig set up to do tomorrow. Yeah, that seems like a plan. Setting this all up is a bit of a pain. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here and call it a night. Thanks all for coming around, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow. For some of you, brighter and earlier than others. We are at... Good Lord. What have I done? 10 hours and 38 minutes. Barely enough time to get any sleep. All right, because we will be back in about 9 hours and 38 minutes if I have anything to say about it. So around 11 a.m. stream start for a noon CitizenCon Direct. And yeah, we'll probably watch it in slow time with commentary going on and whatnot. And we'll end when we end. All right. I'm out of here. As usual, if you're on Twitch, hang out until the music stops. We'll raid over to somebody else. And otherwise, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Cheers.
Lance said, "Thank you for the stream, Purple. Sleep well, smiley face."